That was supposed to be a way faster cut than what ended up happening. Hello, hello one, hello all, hello and welcome to the fall of Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain is where the series has some kind of closure. They tried to have closure before. They tried to give the series closure a couple times, actually, by this point, because MGS2 was also an attempt at closure. MGS2, MGS4... I think Peace Walker also promised that it was the story that finally bridges the gap between Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear 1 to explain why Big Boss is a villain now instead of a cool guy. But they decided to do it again. We're playing what might be the third final Metal Gear game for the real actual final last time, because this might be the real actual final last time. They have not made... We're not counting Metal Gear Survive. They have not made an official real Metal Gear Solid game in 2016. We're almost about to hit 10 years. Wow, the Delta remake is going to miss the 10-year anniversary by a few months. It has some kind of identity crisis. Yeah, it has dissociative disorder. For this timeline. I don't know. Did the guys who got to live in like the Al Gore timeline where they didn't have to deal with 9/11 and the war in Iraq and Trump and COVID and stuff, like would they have gotten more or less Metal Gear games? If Al Gore won the election in 2000, would there have been more Metal Gear games or less Metal Gear games? That's a very extremely important question. That's a very serious question that everyone who believes video games aren't political should think deeply about. We're maximizing the heck out of these graphics because we are playing this on a the kind of graphics card that people... So, what should I say? It's not that people were not capable of dreaming or imagining what playing Metal Gear Solid 5 on a GTX 2000 would look like, because the graphical plateau that video games have gone through in the past decade is extremely real, and the current state of graphics are not that much more impressive than where they were here. So I was about to say something that I think might show a generation gap going on. I was about to say something that millennials say when playing old games. And that is that, oh, we're going to crank the graphics way up and play this on the kind of hardware they couldn't even dream of back then. But no, this is the kind of case where I am playing an almost 10-year-old game. When it hits 10 years, it officially becomes retro. It is officially a retro game in, what, like 15 more months? We're about to play a game that's almost retro, and we're playing it on hardware they definitely could have imagined during the time. And the cutting edge of graphics today is not that big of a step up from where we are here. Now, before I even launched the game, I had to do some kind of bullshit. I had to go into Metal Gear Online and follow no on-screen instructions whatsoever and just mash buttons until narrowing down which button on the controller is, do we want motion blur off or on? I'll keep it on for a while and see if I hate it. It sounds like the fans don't like motion blur, but knowing how hard the game tries to make the endgame camera evoke the look and feel and movement and sense of weight of a real-life camera makes me think that maybe the motion blur in this game is consciously utilized for smart things, but maybe not. I don't know. We'll find out. That's why I like that the option's there. We can tinker. I was saying something more interesting before talking about motion blur. What was it? What was it? What was it? What was I talking about? What was I talking about, Eddie? What was I talking about? What about motion blur? Whether or not this is the final Metal Gear game? Yeah, I had to do some weird things to even get here. So apparently when you launch Metal Gear Solid 5 these days, it doesn't launch Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, it launches Metal Gear Solid 5 Online. Oh, I'm sorry, Metal Gear Solid V Online as opposed to Metal Gear Solid V The Phantom Pain. It launches the game and then says, we're logging you into an online service, by the way. And then it closes the game and relaunches another game from a different executable in your game folders. You then press the pause button, hold it down for a while. It doesn't tell you to do that on the screen. You just have to have the gamer sense and the intuition to know that sometimes when you hold buttons, different things happen than when you press buttons. You hold the pause button to bring up a pause menu that then says that you have an option to launch into Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, the game that you pressed the start game button at like 60 seconds before doing that. So then it closes Metal Gear Online, launches Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, and now I'm seeing something that's also weirding me out. Continue? Where's the new game button? I think oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, what's going on here? Because we see overall completion in the corner, 100%, right? I don't want to give that up, do they? Oh my word. Oh my word. So, is it impossible to, like, start a new game now? Do you have to load into a completed game and then replay the missions one at a time? And replay the missions one at a time and pretend that you're starting a new game? And to not do that, do you have to delete the whole thing that I committed so much pain? Continue. Let's use your new game plus. Hit that delete. We have conflicting results here. I think that's just because you have the definitive edition. I don't know. I don't know. Another interesting thing that I don't remember what to do with here is the download MGSV save data button. Sure. I don't remember this doing anything. What? Oh, upload your save data. Oh no, I accidentally pressed continue. Well, I guess we're just gonna ignore that. It sure would be interesting to upload my Ground Zero's save data and see what that does, but I guess no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be interesting after all. The game has decided that's not actually that important. Okay. What? Huh? Tornado? Ow! Alright, so it's probably been the better part of a decade since I've played this, and I have no clue what's going on. Why am I a girl? I'm a girl. Wait, no, okay, this is, like, important, actually, because the new game experience is going to be totally different than whatever I'm looking at. Because at the beginning of the game, you make a custom character, and really, to, like, complete the illusion, I should make not a girl, I should make someone who looks kind of like me, right? Oh, the menus are faster than Ground Zeroes. I wonder why that is. The character feels like they're moving faster than Ground Zeroes. Frame rate feels a little more smooth and consistent. Oh, the motion blur, I can see it. It kicks in when I have the stick at full tilt. Okay, go back to the ACC PC Gaming Wiki to find the save data location. I think that's what I will be doing. There's always the thing where you copy save data to a separate folder. I think Ron Cinephile is speaking my PC gaming language here. PC Gaming Wiki, Metal Gear Solid V. And whatever I copy the save data to, it's got to be like, it's got to be in a concrete box, radiation proof, because that 100% thing is not something I want to give up. Okay, so we're going to go to Steam, user data, user ID, local and remote. Oh my god, because there's the online and the offline component to the game. Okay, Steam, user data, user ID. Oh, what? Okay, I wasn't expecting there to be 5 of them. I guess it won't be 0. Okay, that narrows us down to 4. Which user data could it be? Well, they're all a bunch of numbers that look like gibberish, so I'll pick the one with the most recent date. Okay, that looks like a couple days ago. All right, 287700 is some kind of ID number associated with Metal Gear Solid V: The Phantom Pain. 287700, got it. All right, now we're gonna go to 311340. Okay, got it. 311340 and 287700. I'm gonna copy these, make a new folder on my desktop, and call it MGSV 100% complete George game. It's not a save game, it's a George game. It's not a game, Mom, it's a lifestyle. All right, we just copied those. Both folders, local and remote. The guide is specifying that there's only some folders at play, but we'll get them both covered. Okay, let's close the game ceremoniously through the menu like a proper gamer. Return to ACC, return to title menu, I guess? Save game data is a weird thing. I don't think so. It makes a lot of sense to me. What doesn't make a lot of sense to me is why didn't they give it a menu in this thing? There's gotta be a reason, right? Okay, now we're gonna delete those saves. 31340 and 2870 have... 2870 has a local folder I need to delete. 3130 has a remote folder I need to delete. And now let's restart and see what happens this time. It might capture the stupid thing about going to the online mode first this time. Oh, on console it's easier. Well, that's probably the actual explanation why. They did all their UI work for console, and all the money they spent on optimization work for PC apparently never made it to the menus, the UI functionalities. Starting Metal Gear Online. Oh wait, are you guys seeing this? Is OBS capturing this? Hey, it just closed! Did it capture the closure? Did it capture the pop-up message that said starting online mode, shutting down game, and then the actual closure? Did you guys see all that? Because it is kind of funny. It is pretty funny. Oh, we're not even capturing anymore. The game's running, but not the game OBS wanted to capture. They wanted to capture MGSV MGO.exe as opposed to MGSV MGSTPP.exe. Oh look, it saved my girl. Hey, wait a second. Did it just download Steam Cloud Saves when I just really want to use Steam... What's the opposite of cloud? Ground saves? Because look at that, my girl's still there. I'm guessing that like there's some statistics here. Sneaky George levels up in 3150 unit points or something. What is going on here? How is a new player launching this for the first time going to understand any of this? They're seeing something fundamentally different from what I'm seeing, and I genuinely wanted to recreate it. But you know what we can do now? We can press the delete save button in the menu and start our new game experience that way instead of having to do it through the Windows folder structure. I'm also going to grab my other smartphone because my real smartphone ran out of batteries. I'll be back in like 5 seconds. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Oh, look at me, I'm back. All right, now I just need to log in to the Super Bunny Hop Super Stream. We're not captured in OBS. I gotta set OBS back. If it's not one thing, it's the other. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, the different executable of The Phantom Pain. Oh, good, we're playing it the way it's meant to be played. As opposed to the way it only pretends to be played. Okay, let's confirm before pressing the button that that folder on the desktop exists. MGSV 100% complete George game. Okay, I got my 2 folders here. The 100% save game is something I do want to cling to out of a misguided and immature sense of adult childhood pride. But I'm not gonna go to City Hall and deliver a speech about it if I accidentally delete this thing. It's really not that big a deal in the grand scheme of life. Okay. Let's delete save data with secure in the knowledge that there is a folder on the desktop of the save data we're deleting in the games folder structure here, and hit yes. For... Ah! Well... okay. Was that a fourth wall break? Was that Kojima fucking with us? We'll relaunch the game. Let's see which one it loads in this time. Okay, this time it's capturing MGSV TPP.exe. Aha! Now we're starting the game for the first time. Okay. Adjust brightness so that both images are visible. Well, that could be anything, but I guess what they really want is the one on the lower end of the spectrum that makes them both visible. Damn, it's a hard sell. We're going with 0. I can see both of them at 0, and that's what the guide is asking of me. If you wish to use this game, please agree to its terms of use. Give me... Oh my god! Okay. If you press the agreement, it launches a web browser and goes to a web page. Virtual currency. It goes, and this isn't a hosted. This isn't an HTML page saved in the game folder. It goes to konami.com/a bunch of gibberish to go to a live web page. Is it possible to play this game offline? I bet Token Flip Guy knows. Is it possible? Did you ever buy Mother Base coin? No, I did not. Also, new players seeing this shit are gonna have no idea what's going on either. Oh my god, the laws of Japan have changed. For customers residing in Japan, please read the Japanese notice. Well, that narrows it down. Change the language setting. They just... Okay, so if you live in Japan but play in English, that notice is for you. Okay, the actual laws of the Japanese economy have changed with relation to digital currency because our business tactics were too slimy. Please press the next button. Jesus Christ. Mother Base staff can now join your unit. These staff will gradually join your unit as you progress through the game. Okay. What is my unit? Why did they tell me this twice? Emblem part Venom Snake. Why do players booting the game up for the first time need to know any of this? How are they going to navigate the wall they are climbing here? Oh, good. For a second, I thought I was going to learn something about the real world, but guess not.
Mayday! Controls unresponsive. Tower, do you read? Shit. Comms are down.
Is the volume as loud as it could be? Maybe I just haven't turned the lights off and I'm not fully immersed. I'm going to check Windows volume levels, though. No! Also, there definitely were no ambulances at the Mother Base crash. We just overheard a reference to. Is that a bit of a hint that something's not right? Okay, so we see the sink, the man who sold the world. There's some symmetry here. Did it say just another day on just another battlefield? Okay, so this is a statement about how war is a depressing day job for Big Boss, who has a robot hand. So we heard a mayday and a mayday and a helicopter and a crash, which sounds like what I remember from the Ground Zeroes crash. But then you hear ambulances, like cars driving like it happened on a city street, and that's definitely not how I remember it going down on Ground Zeroes. Oh, I'm moving. The juice is loose. The best actor in this whole game is just a hot babe in a bikini who never says anything. There's also a fun... The camera work is exquisite. There's also a really fun, L'Oreal, and there's the boss. Timing with the credits. Oh, was the Blink part of the music too? Time Winters, what a name. Oh, there's Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls, right? Oh, Nurse! Wait, Nurse! Hang on, I'm waking up, Nurse! Oh, I love how your movement is also really laggy too. And it's seamlessly getting wrestled away from me with the play of the rest of the cutscene. And I wonder if there's also a bit of a hidden Freudian psychology test to see where the character very slowly and painfully turns the stick to first, because it takes work to turn it to anything. Oh, this is RoboCop. We're seeing a new version of the RoboCop intro with this. So the first real spoken dialogue is a foreign language. I still have control. I can still nudge the camera. I can't, not do the same movements, but there's some bit of influence you have over the pull of the movements.
V has come to.
So was that quiet?
V has come too.
This is like the 5th title screen I've looked at, and we're not pressing the enter key, we're pressing the start button. Start game options, delete save data. Also, we will never see this start screen again. I kind of forgot it was here. The options aren't going to be anything different, but start game's going to be a little wacky. This is a great way to start Metal Gear. This is way better than it launching the online mode first. Oh, wait, is that going to happen at a really inconvenient part? Like, after the exciting escape from the hospital, are we going to have to close the game, launch the online game, close it, and launch the offline game again? Look at that EVA text.
Can you hear me? Are you having difficulty speaking? Can you move your head? Just nod if you can hear me.
I bet it works no matter what you do. Wait, let's just actually stare at him. Let's just stare at him.
Look up, please. Look up. Please follow my instructions.
No, I can't. I'm not. I didn't tell him to do that.
Very good. How do you feel now? Can you speak? What is your name? When were you born? Can you recall?
Maybe Snake being unable to speak and having to fight really hard. Certain diacritical marks? Diacritical. Oh, does that mean that we should have like hang on, let me get my keyboard out. Diacritical marks. Okay. Oh yeah, we're gonna have some fun with this. Excuse me one moment while I get the notepad out. Okay. Now, can I Control V in the game? Control V, Control C, Control V. No. Oh, come on. Okay, diacritical keyboard shortcuts. There's got to be a way to do this. Control plus grave plus letter, control plus apostrophe. Okay, control apostrophe, yeah. Control grave, control apostrophe, yeah. Yeah. What the hell? It's not. It said that some diacritical characters were supported. Okay, let's try control shift. Yeah. No. Ah. Okay. We're gonna be Goopy Greg. We're gonna press Y to confirm. That's different. It's not confirming. Enter. There we go. Yeah. Keyboard control got wrestled. Perfect.
Good. Now then.
Ah, I'm trying to wiggle the stick and I'm just looking up.
There is plenty of time. I need to tell you something. Please listen and try not to panic.
He's so theatrical.
For quite some time. Yes.
Oh no, the controls are inverted.
Like to know How long?
I need to invert them back or else we'll die way too early in the
It's
run.
been 9 years. Damn it! Nosocoma! 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 Nurse! Calm down. Calm down. Try not to panic. Wait a second. Try not to panic. Now. You'll be all right.
There was a really stupid fan theory that the Doctor was modeled after and voiced by, or at least voiced in imitation of, that there was some kind of very strong aesthetic connection between the Doctor in the game and a weird Italian doctor who was doing like a head transplant. Hey!
It's been 1 week since
The radio! The PT! Is it just me? The effects sound similar or something?
Nurse.
Okay, no, it's definitely a different radio than the PT, but it sounds like they're using, the team was using similar vocal compression effects for the sound effect.
CPM therapy and EMS. Now, I need to explain something, but you mustn't be alarmed.
There was some kind of accident? What was that?
Injured.
Wait, no, that radio seemed important.
Upon examination, we discovered 108 foreign bodies embedded within you. In addition to shrapnel, we also found fragments of human bone and human teeth.
Look at the lighting on this guy, it's really good.
Most of it was removed, but some of the fragments still remain.
They gave him the,
They are located
whatchamacallit.
near
It's not called a halo, is it? Where a little, like, moon crescent sort of effect is going on, where just a little sliver of the outline is lit up and the rest is dark.
Look at this.
Bomb, bomb, bomb.
The fragments are lodged deep within your cerebral cortex.
You are already a demon.
We couldn't give you an MRI, the metal, you see. But even if we
Rim
were,
lighting, yeah.
you would most likely suffer a brain hemorrhage.
You are going to be real stupid.
Mental and physical impairment are unavoidable. However, your current status is not life-threatening.
So we're playing as a mute, brain-damaged body double who has taken the fall of all falls out of his sycophantic devotion to
Sooner than later. I know it's difficult.
a war criminal trying to found a rogue state of war
Best to
criminals.
see it with your own eyes. Be brave. Nosocoma, Grigor, try to calm down. Calm down. Please, calm down. It's gonna be okay. Yes. Calm down. Yes. Yes.
I don't know if watching Super Bunny Hop videos have that effect. They might have the opposite. Okay, can we turn on subtitles and invert the camera now? Also, it felt like that radio report was more important than they were making a big deal out of it for.
It's true. There are those who wish you would never woken up. You should be dead, but you're not. The wheels are in motion. Your enemies are everywhere. We must alter your appearance immediately.
Also, is the Doctor part of the Mother Base network?
Leave this place alive.
Like, is the Doctor part of the Fight Club that Big Boss is running?
So there's something we need to take care of first.
Oh, it's Big
I'm going
Boss.
to change your appearance. We have no other choice. What you look like, however.
So, what's really happening is that the medic, who looks like whoever you set them to look like, gets facial reconstruction surgery to look more like Big Boss for the like 6 months of time the game takes place over, right? Unless I'm missing something. Which one here looks the most like George? No, he's just a Cyprus doctor. I don't know, like, wouldn't he... It sounds like a Cyprus... He sounds like he's pulling a suspicious amount of strings for a normal, ordinary Cyprus doctor. Can we, do something about the scar? How weird can we make our guy look? I don't know if I can just make straight up goofy. It looks like there are some limits to the amount of reasonableness that, right, like, I don't think we're gonna get rid of the scar. I don't think we can, like, make him chill out. He looks really intense right now. Eyebrow, maybe... it's like where the eyebrows are rotated that change the state of the soul. So, rotation... Oh, we can determine how frustrated he is. Oh, good, good. Let's set that to minimum. We want him to be as chill as possible. Yeah, these are the eyes of someone who is clearly not taking the situation as intensely as everyone else. What is... Oh, wow, that's got to be like one of the most subtle... Okay, don't you love it when you're changing something in the character creator and you don't know what it does until you turn the camera and you find out that from like 46 degrees your character looks like a complete and total idiot, but from 44 degrees and 47 degrees you'd never be able to spot it. Because yeah, like if we look at him from above, from a left or right angle, this is not doing anything very flattering, but you wouldn't see it from any of those. Anyways, what else can we do to make him more chill? Mouth. I think there's some mouth changes that are in order. Goopy snake. Lip thickness. Do we want to look like we just ate sour or savory? Lower lip position. Yeah, there we go! Crack a smile, buddy. It's not that bad. Can we stuff his cheeks with delicious treats, too? No! Don't do the preset. I'm sorry, look! Look at how the I think mine looks better than all the presets, right? This just looks like a guy who's having a beer at the barbecue. Jawline, cheeks, nose. I just want the nose to be smaller. Is there just one that says size, nose tip size? No. Can I do like the whole thing in one go? It's the whole nose, not just any one of these. It's all of them. That one's kind of weird. That one's kind of weird. That looks a little more normal. Also, don't you love it when you're nudging the variables in a character creator and what you see looks like it hurts? You can just hear the nose bones break. Those are some of the worst kinds of bones to break too. Where did my phone go? I can't keep up with chat. Oh, it was right in front of me. It screen went into standby mode, but we're getting it back. We're getting it back. Okay. A bit of a caveman vibe. We can keep the caveman vibe on the down low and have him go to fancy dinner parties and behave himself. What is it? Is it the eyebrows? Is it just the eyebrows? Okay, fine. We'll reduce the upper ridge, right? Oh. We can make him a little happier. Yeah, okay, now, temple width. There's still a certain degree of lumpiness. Okay, did we fix the lumpiness? We might have fixed the brow lump. Hear me out. What if? What if? What is it, GK? I remember someone making a meme about the Skyrim soldier asking who you're being traumatized as Dragonborn shifts and warps their appearance as you customize them. What if? Is eye color? Oh yeah, here we go. I think I'm relatively satisfied. Yeah, let's make him a notch brighter. Wrinkles. Is this where we talk about scars? No, no, it is not. Oh, I like number 3. It looks friendly but experienced. But if we're going for self-insert, I think number 7 might be closer to my skin. Okay. Oh, the feature. It's a feature. Okay, GK. There's a large amount of people in conspiracy theory circles who are government plants. Controlled opposition. That's probably. I thought you were gonna like give me a suggestion to make a very stupid, silly-looking character, which I think is doable. But he's got to be chubbier. All right, where's the chubometer? Cheek contours. He's a little chubbier, but the lips look abnormally chubby for the current level of chub we're looking with. Okay, so mouth width, let's make that a little lower. There we go. Is it too... Like, I'm trying to do a self-insert, but I'm worried he looks too handsome. He could use a shave, though, actually. Let's... Facial hair, type 2. There we go. He could still use a shave. He just looks naturally thinner. All of these... Okay, type 1 looks a little more responsible, but... 2 and 3, neither of those are normal, and type 1 looks a little on the skimpy side. Is there a type 1.5? I wish there was a type 1.5, but... we're going to keep it at maximum bush level. Now, what's another thing here that might be a bit too idealistic here? I did make him a little bit chubbier, but he still looks... also, if... In the lighting outside, I definitely look a lot more pale than I look on the webcam. I'm going to look a lot more pale than him in the... but that's just the webcam. It's just the camera, guys. It's just the camera effect. I think we'll keep him like this. Okay, let's keep him like this. Yeah. Also, we like never see that guy again until you start the online mode, right? Isn't that how it works? You have to like complete the game 90%.
Very good. Now
They're just gonna turn him back into Big Boss now.
your face has healed nicely. To tell you the truth, these bandages were more for your protection, to hide you from those who
Okay,
want you dead.
he would not be a normal doctor if he said that. He's part of Fight Club, I think.
Your name is Ahab.
He would not say this stuff if he was normal.
Your name, your past.
This doctor is part of the Fight Club. And his nurse might have been too and just made a sacrifice, like a strategic sacrifice she might have actually signed up for to protect Big Boss. There's no way a new player would know what that is.
This is you, as you've lived until this day. Tomorrow, it becomes your phantom.
He has a gun on him!
Not yet. The patient in the next bed saw my face. Of course. Consider it done.
Also, that's totally quiet, right? Isn't that like a twist you find out later on in the story? So the voice actor is why the fans think that this is the real Big Boss busting us out with his CQC skills. And I think it's still not David Hayter though. They just got another voice actor to imitate David Hayter's grunts for some of those fighting noises. That's totally quiet, and you can tell not by the face or the voice actor, but by the music. So they bring her back to life with vocal cord parasites that that force her to wear hot babe bikinis for the rest of her life because she breathes through her skin from now on.
Okay, have time to go. What happened to the woman?
Also, is your, like, arm okay?
We gave her a light. She took the short way down.
We need subtitles.
Who am I?
Wait,
You're talking to yourself.
is that Kiefer Sutherland?
Been watching over you for 9 years.
Is this just Kiefer Sutherland talking to himself? Ishmael, not Ahab. Ahab's the pilot, the helicopter pilot.
Here in the land of the living. Bad news? Whole world wants you dead.
That sounds like Kiefer Sutherland.
The whole place is coming down.
It sounds like Kiefer Sutherland talking to himself, and for a few lines Kiefer Sutherland was imitating David Hayter's, like, crab battle noises. Jack Bauer.
Nothing like
It's Kiefer Sutherland talking to Kiefer Goop. That is the Kiefer. It's hot Kiefer with cold Kiefer.
Come on.
Also, Kiefer Sutherland turned out to not be as good a friend with Kojima as he thought. Didn't it turn out that Kiefer Sutherland was actually kind of an asshole in real life? And the wholesome friendship that I think you feel with Norman Reedus in Death Stranding turned out to not be the case with Kiefer Sutherland in MGSV. Also, what a tutorial! This is the game's tutorial segment. Ridiculously over-scripted. I don't know if the directions we press actually correspond to directions, but they do advance the animation. I don't know how canned those physics are, but it seems like the direction he goes in is canned. We could... Up until this point, though, we could screw around a surprising amount. Playing with the Doctor was fun.
We're getting out of here. Move it.
What does he expect of me? He just said, "On your feet, soldier." And then there was a 30-second awkward silence before he says, "We're getting out of here. Move it." This is a lot funnier than I remember. The first time I played through this was not as funny as it is now. I've gone through this a few times and I don't remember it being funny, but there was a comedy to the way he delivered that. Something about the lighting and the music evoke a nastiness, but the way he said that and the amount of time there is between me crawling to catch up and how enthusiastic he is about the next room and the next order and his little butt poking out are all very good Kojima humor slapstick stuff coming through. Tragedy plus time equals comedy. Yeah, the noise, the lens flare everywhere, they made such a big deal over how hard it is to see things when you're in a bed waking up. You can't move. It's very sad. It feels very disempowering, and yet, now that I'm looking at it 10 years later, it's kind of funny. It's kind of a slapstick funny comedy thing going on. He looks at the sign and says, "Let's take the stairs." And then this happens.
We better take the elevator.
And now it's playing super cool, sneaky spy music, like... I wanted 45-minute cutscenes that turn my controller off. That's almost what this feels like a parody cutscene. The tone is in a place where everyone was ready to take this very seriously on launch, but now this is the funniest shit. Let's see if this stuff is now funny. So Psycho Mantis is in the game for some reason. I recall them... I recall the funny thing being how little of a deal they made out of it. Oh, another thing that's weirdly funny is the song that plays. There might be a conversation worth having about how MGS5 does humor, because it's... There might really be a sense of humor going on, as weird as it is to look at and use your ears, as uncomfortable as it looks and sounds. I was giggling a good laugh for a few times a minute ago. They're so interested in lens flaring. What is it about lens flares that has has Kojima so jazzed about overusing them? Oh yeah, the sprinklers make him go away. Okay, now with 9 years of retrospect and what we know about how the story of this game goes, the hospital is not only attacked by by Delta Squad, XOF, CIA, Navy SEAL commando operatives, it's also being attacked by ghosts and demons, and one of them decided to just fuck off when the sprinkler came on! That is actually what just happened! Oh no, the ghost... Colonel, I'm trying to escape, but the ghosts and the demons are attacking the hospital. Meanwhile, the real big boss, who's incognito in disguise as a helpless hospital patient, is like... You cover my 6. We'll take the next hallway in a V formation. Watch my back. And you can't. You cannot watch his 6 and take it in a V formation and watch his back. You are a zombie. Your legs are jelly. I don't even think this is faster than crawling. I'm holding forward. I'm playing a video game. Oh, we might die here, actually. Don't I have to hide behind cover from the helicopter gunfire? Also, Ishmael's gotten fucked up a few times. He has had a knife thrown in his shoulder, and I think he also just got flipped over by an explosion. There's like burns, a bad fall. Get down, you idiot.
Hold up, let's fix it.
So there might be a sense of altered reality with Ishmael's injuries. Ahab's injuries. He got better.
Next time, do it yourself. It's always good to try and measure injuries while hiding from the enemy.
Oh, we need subtitles. Oops. It's always a good idea to heal your injuries while hiding from the enemy. We just escaped the demons that are attacking this hospital, but now it's getting attacked by super secret Delta Squad CIA commandos.
Let's go.
Who do not see us doing this. Let's go, he says. Let's go. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, let's get subtitles on. Sorry, I was not expecting me to walk as gracefully and normally as I just did. Foreign only. Yeah, there we go. We want that on.
This way, hurry.
Also, was PT Fox Engine? Ooh, listen to the plastic hit the ground. You can hear the robot arm slap the ground with more clarity than other body parts. Okay, so yeah, it might actually be funny, intentionally funny by the artist, funny, to play the song, the dramatic song in this game at the moment it does, where the villain of the game plays it in a funny moment to the wrong guy. Is Metal Gear Solid 5 about things being funny in retrospect, but serious when you're going through them the first time? Okay, we have to play dead here, right? Oh, yeah, and like, whether or not XOF is hilariously evil, I never interpreted XOF as hilariously evil. I interpreted it as like a really... This guy totally should see me as a very valid critique of the American military-industrial complex and the way that a a Japanese Westaboo Occidentalist navigates some of the cognitive dissonance associated with the evil things of the thing he's also really into. Yeah, there's a weird counterbalancing between the horror and the comedy in this hospital segment as I go through. Because that was horror. I did not find that funny in retrospect. There's some things that Ahab's doing that I have found funny. That one was not.
Help me. I don't want to die.
Oh, also, isn't this kind of foreshadowing for how you have to sacrifice soldiers to a zombie virus later on as the game goes on? Also, I guess we couldn't die. That was all cutscene. Oh, Snake just flipped 180 degrees off camera when we weren't looking.
Here! Over here!
Oh, you can die if you leave the bed early. I didn't even notice.
Time to walk. Press the stance button to stand up.
Press the stance button to stand up.
Don't get caught in those searchlights.
Cover. Approach an obstacle such as a wall head on to hug the obstacle and conceal yourself. This is called being in cover.
Here they come. Hurry.
Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm doing it right, right? This makes sense to me. Can Goopy Snake survive the hospital? Good question, because this is going to be probably the riskiest part of the run. Wait, I have to dash? Hello, Kanziut.
Move. Go.
Is the whole hospital in Fight Club? Okay, we'll follow Ahab. Oh, you can die if you go the wrong way, can't you?
Come on. This way. Shit. It's ugly down there. Turn back. This way. Πάμε γρήγορα. Come on.
Σας παρακαλώ, τι συμβαίνει? Δεν βλέπω τίποτα.
Δεν μιλάει κανένας, θα μας σκοτώσουνε.
Ναι, τον είδα πριν λίγο.
What's happening out there?
It's all right, we'll be okay.
Where are the subtitles?
Do you hear that? What's going on out there?
It's okay.
I'm trying to get to the door on the right. Door on the right. No, don't go that way. Go to the door on the right.
What's happening out there? Does anybody know?
Hey!
We should be okay. You hear them coming? Oh my lord.
Also, did Ahab just get shot? I guess not. Was that a fake Ahab? It's been like 7 years since I played this, but I did it maybe 3 times back in the day. Oh, I could die here. I might need to be careful. Different bandage guy. Okay. I really hope they don't hear that. So do I just need to pick a bed they're not checking until time runs out? Yeah. It doesn't look like they're checking under the beds. But maybe I should move into that room while he's between rooms. Let's go now. Also, look at how seamless the intrusion view is in this game compared to the others. Oh geez. That control was taken away from me. What's happening? Okay, I think I'm okay. Should I change rooms? I think I should. That would put as much distance between me and them as possible. Oh, I can't move. Can't press the stick.
Anything? Negative. He came in here. Keep looking. This way. This way.
Yeah? Hello?
We're sitting ducks.
Oh, okay.
Blend in with the bodies. Get down on your stomach and crawl. If you move, we're done for. Play dead.
How do I... Is that a button on the controller, or do I just not press anything? Also, this is not a game mechanic that works in the rest of the game. Are they going to use the rocket launcher to be sure? Wait, are the demons helping us? Okay, maybe the hospital's being attacked by commandos, but demons are showing up to protect at least a couple people in the hospital from the commandos.
Grenade! Take this!
Okay, I definitely remember the demon being a boss fight who was not helping me in the game. But it kind of looked like the Volgan demon was helping me just now. But maybe not. The camera's trying really hard to make Kiefer Sutherland look cooler for that. Also, the camera work is still ridiculously impressive. Did the camera just go from the gun to the bullet impact to the Marvel comic books superhero looking demon ghost strike a manly pose and disappear? My one weakness. Why? Jesus, just climbing over, getting on your horse.
We better stop and treat that injury.
Alright, I think we're good. We got better. This is a ridiculously complicated scripted sequence. Oh, you don't like the got better animations? Do you prefer opening up a menu and clicking the get better button instead of the get better animation? Otacon, they haven't invented ID-tagged guns yet. You should take it. Wait, why did he take the magazine out? Why did he unload it, then reload it?
Know how to shoot a gun?
Oh, Debbie!
Destroy it.
the camera had a bit of a hard time showing the fire extinguisher. Wait, where am I? Oh. We just had a screen flash black. I think the stream should still be going just fine. Might have been hard drive space. Hits taken 1. When did that counter show up? Also, I thought that he said I should take the left and he'll take the guy on the right. Let's get that mouse cursor out of here. It's gonna reload eventually, right? Yeah. There we go. What was the what were the grunts for? This game is also running at a ridiculously good frame rate. This game might be running at 144 frames per second right now. Okay, I might die. I need to pay careful attention and make sure I don't die. Should I use the SMG to start with? No, I think you can pick them off one at a time. With the silence pistol. Yep, shoot him. Let's shoot him in the head. Whoa, that was a push. They are more aggressive than I would prefer them to be right now. I thought there was one right behind me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, at least shooting and scooting was easy. Once the real battle began, they kind of left me more alone than when they were investigating. Only 17 bullets. Do I have CQC? Ah! I need more bullets. I need your bullets. Thank you. Yeah! Okay, I guess I just get 2 guns I'm not allowed to reload. Is that the bad guy? You definitely roll around on the ground faster than in Ground Zeroes. I think I got him. Okay, there's another sequence where I have to do twitch shooting at a vehicular escape sequence. It's a horse. And I could potentially die at that one too. Where were you that whole time, by the way? I could have used you. The whole running interference and fighting them stealthily thing didn't really end up happening. Use a chaos bomb to fake a gunfight. This fucking... the camera is really good. Restart. I get to the door, right? And I kind of like have to sneak to the door, don't I? Which means crawling around the desk in a circle. I feel like he's already spotted me. I'm making a run for it. I don't care. Quick dive! What? That was a teleport! It might have been edited to look quicker than it really was.
Move in! Go, go, go!
However, is the sequence ultimately losing something from this insistence of not doing quick cuts? When you do a quick cut like that quick dive, it looked very jarring. And I feel like the choreography of the soldiers and the action has a lot of like this stopping and waiting stuff going on, and it might be maybe easier to take when there are cuts. The viewer's sense of time might be a little less realistic when a bad guy is giving a speech that cuts back and forth to the hero's reaction versus the bad guy giving a speech with the camera smoothly panning back and forth to the hero's reaction uncut. I do wonder if we actually are losing something by a lack of cuts, and that is the how much disbelief we can suspend when it comes to matters of time spans passing. Because I don't think we really cut at all. I think another unfortunate question that I find myself asking more often when cameras don't cut is like, what is the camera representing? Sometimes it's very fun, sometimes it's just weird. Sometimes the camera acts like an onlooker. Sometimes the camera acts like one of the soldiers in the Congo line. When Kiefer Sutherland was shooting one of the soldiers with a gun, the camera popped back and forth with the recoil of the gun. There's just no limitations on what this camera is capable of in this game. Okay, now are we finally allowed to walk outside? Well, the tank and the ghost demon are fighting each other. Okay, this is the second time we've been blasted out of the escape sequence by an explosion, and the camera also, made it look like a found footage thing. So the camera's been disembodied from our viewer sometimes. Sometimes we're in a point of view shot. We just transitioned from a disembodied to a point of view. Doing it a lot. I think the camera is just like representing his own sense of space. Okay, do I actually have to shoot him this time? Can I die? Wasn't the lack of cuts a marketing point? Yeah, it usually is.
Get in!
Sometimes the camera's Goopy's point of view. Alright, so now the camera's floating around the dash of the car. I still don't think we've cut for like a good 7 minutes. I think the last time we cut was when we were playing hide and seek in the room full of curtains. The other thing to remember is that they cover this up. Like, how does the news explain what's happening here? Why were you not looking at the road? Oh, I thought it would be the whale, but it's the attack helicopter. Okay, did Ahab just die, or was that someone else again? There have been fake Ahab deaths. Ishmael deaths. I think that might be the second one that seems most obvious. They might have even hidden a third one in here somewhere. I saw Ahab get stabbed, I saw Ahab get shot, and that might be the third time I saw him get shot, actually, come to think of it. I saw an Ahab get stabbed when fighting the Quiet Assassin. I saw an Ahab get shot when hiding in the bodies. And then an Ahab pulls you into a different room. And then I saw another Ahab get shot during you're trying to make the getaway drive. The camera entity was driving, not snakes. Oh, he just got knocked out. Stabbed with shoulder. He threw it back at her. Yeah, he did, but he still got stabbed. You don't live much longer. It looked like a big enough stab and a deep enough stab to hit an artery. Like yes, he can throw it back, but he's got maybe 40 seconds of being able to use that arm at all before it'll go away forever, and then maybe 10 minutes before he might bleed out and die. We've seen the Ahabs. In fact, I almost feel confident about calling them multiple Ahabs. We've seen so many Ahabs die, get slopped around by some kind of gory, lethal wound, that I think it is fairly confident to say that getting faked out by fake Ahab death seems like a conscious something you were supposed to be scratching your eyeball or your eyebrow about while it's happening. Okay, another question. Are the ghosts demons, the demon ghosts, are they helping us or hurting us? Psycho Mantis manifests a giant fire whale. Does this actually destroy a real helicopter in reality, and how does the newspaper explain that? Psycho Mantis destroys a helicopter for you. Volgan... Now it's a flaming unicorn! That's a unicorn, not a horse or a Pegasus. There's a horn on that horse. That makes it a unicorn. This is setting up. This is an incredible setup. And this... this whole sequence is...
I'm on your side.
Sure! Why not? Where did you come from? How did you find me? Okay, I gotta pay attention. I might die. I have to shoot accurately a bit.
Watch our backs. Shoot
What?
it. Fire.
Ah.
Careful, that gun's slow to reload.
Can I get the first person here? No. Meow, meow. I don't know. Do I get 3 bullets? Okay, it's a Hunt Showdown gun. And he slows down with the shots. Meow, meow. Back from the dead. Okay, and this is Ocelot. Yeah, he would know. He would be getting as many Volgan vibes as us, the player, would. But as we find out, this isn't actually Big Boss. The guy shooting Volgan would not know that this is Volgan. Oh, okay. I was just firing when he was in range, but if there's something more going on, sure. Give me hints. We got Permadeath. I only get 1 shot.
You get him?
No.
We shook him off.
No, we didn't. I remember this. We didn't shake him off.
Harbor.
And it starts raining. And the road blows up. We fall at least 15 feet. I also just realized that isn't that supposed to be the boss's horse? That horse is like 70 years old in horse years. It should not be doing this. Decreased heroism -10. No retries, no kills, no reflexes. Total playtime, 1 hour and 13. Wow. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, and then we're gonna talk about that. There's a lot going on that we gotta talk about. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. There is some tonal weirdness. Oh. There is some tonal weirdness with regards to the humor and how much of the humor might not have come through when this game was out on launch, and how it's coming through now but feels a little awkward, and I'm not entirely sure if I'm laughing at the game or with it to some certain extent. There is some ridiculously impressive scripting technically, but artistically, I don't know if it's as easy to get in the vibes of what kind of vibes the game wants me to get compared to the motorcycle escape sequence from Metal Gear Solid 3. Yeah, there's an insistence to never cutting the camera that also plugs into demonstrating the technical mastery of how ridiculously impressive some of these scripted events are, that are not necessarily going to be super relevant to the simple emotional power of the story, of which we don't really... We have a very strange intro that has not really given us a villain. It's not really given us a central conflict that seems very coherent. Skullface is the villain, right? But he doesn't really make an appearance in this game. He makes a most minor of appearances in Ground Zeroes. What does he do that makes him a villain? He destroys Mother Base. Right. We're getting revenge for him destroying Mother Base. But we never really get to know Mother Base or walk around and experience Mother Base in Ground Zeroes and the Phantom Pain, and thus feel something about it getting destroyed. It feels like there's something missing. Whoa! But there is very much still a very clear technical mastery of how to create a AAA video game and get the camera moving around in a way that is just as, if not more exciting than real-life action movies that these games are always so jazzed about imitating, but might actually end up surpassing for a few of these games. But also, I don't know if it's as excited to be here as maybe even Peace Walker was. It feels like in terms of dialogue, there's less raw passion and energy put into the writing and the delivery of what you were being told by these characters versus most other Metal Gear games we've gone through. The very first word in the game is the Doctor. The Doctor's an extremely minor character who gets killed and thrown away and forgotten about forever. Without a more strong intro, it kind of feels like something's missing, right? I suppose if you do play Ground Zeroes the day before, it's not going to hit you as hard. But it is hard to say with retrospect how much of the Phantom Pain is deliberate and how much of it is accidental. That's ultimately like a final question, the uncomfortable question that we're left with this game's legacy a decade on is there definitely feels like there's some tonal weirdness and some things are missing, some very basic things that are the fundamental skeleton of a story, of a good story, and that is introducing the villain in a really nasty, visceral, mean way that gets you to want to hate them right early on in the game. And it's almost like the game was referencing with its camera works. I might be stumbling upon it in real time. It's almost like the game was referencing with its camera work the villain introductions of famous villains like Volgan and Psycho Mantis, but they aren't really villains here. You know in the background that Skullface is the real villain, but he's not really there. He's not introduced. What was served instead, what the shots, the moments that served the emotional beats of that role in a story were far more weaker, confused imitations of the real thing. As like a 9-year-old nap, we could still be dreaming. A lot of this sequence was an E3 demo. Yeah, it feels like it. It for sure feels like it. That didn't feel like you were playing the real game at all. No way. Some of that weirdness might be due to large parts of the sequence getting locked super early in development. Well, one thing is that it's comparable though to other exciting cinematic scripted scenes in Metal Gear games where E3 demos happen. Thing is, they usually leave that stuff for the end of the game. In Metal Gear Solid 3, the first time you control Snake is it's not in a first-person mode in a hospital bed, and then they don't slowly give you control as Snake gets his body. You got to climb up a tree to get your backpack, and you're fully in control of the character with basic gameplay mode activated as soon as the game begins. You didn't play the E3 demo stuff. The E3 demo stuff, the motorcycle escape sequence is your reward at the very end for going through the whole game. Is the exciting, highly scripted, linear E3 demo sequence, which with retrospect, actually, I now consider far... I don't know. Those were always kind of lame to play. Very exciting to watch. Might be exciting to play the first time, but utterly eye-rolling whenever you play those things a second time through. And it was a little eye-rolly here. That was weirdly linear for the Metal Gears I've gotten used to. But I think the thing that seems most off basis with the rest of the series is how much the characters talk, how enthusiastic they are when they talk, and the coherency of the story they're talking you through. They seem like they're talking less, like the delivery of the performances that we're getting are somehow weirdly less enthusiastic than the usual, but still very competent and technically professional, and technically competent and professional and executed well. And it also seems like the story that we are playing through is one of relatively little consequence compared to the other ones. I'm trying to remember a basic elevator pitch of Metal Gear Solid 5. Big Boss's body double saves the world from Sahelanthropus, which is a prototypical Metal Gear before Metal Gear. Why is Sahelanthropus bad? How does he save the world from it? Okay, the bad guy wants to make Metal Gears and nuclear weapons very small and portable and cheap, and we stop him from doing that. Oh, there's also the vocal cord parasites. The bad guy wants to take over the world with vocal cord parasites, and we save the world from that. But then, honestly, the more interesting stuff, or at least the more interesting places the story goes, is the second half of the game is like kind of an acknowledgement that this stuff is played out. And the second half of the game is the action hero asking themselves, what next after killing the action hero, the action bad guy, and saving the action world. You do spend the second half of the entire story then asking, what do we do with the rest of our entire life now that the basic story arc is finished? Anyways, let's continue. Let's continue. We have a heroism score. I forgot what that does. Oh, heroism increases your HP? It makes your horn bigger or smaller. Oh, so I guess my horn might have increased, because the more evil you are, the bigger it gets, right? Like, doesn't it grade you based on how much of a less than lethal versus lethal police officer your usage of forces? It is hilarious how oblivious everyone is to our injuries. That's funny. That's really funny. No one is taking it as clearly seriously as they should. No one is taking it as seriously as they clearly should be. Is that the whole hospital? That tiny little fire on the ground? It played sad music when it showed the tiny little fire on the ground, and the characters looked backwards. The name's Ocelot. The voice is Troy Baker. The name's Ocelot. A certain man gave me a job to do. The first to get you out of that hospital. The second was to rescue the man himself. Come on, this is not Ocelot. You remember. Your partner, 9 years ago, Kaz Miller. This is not Ocelot. I cannot. Even his mood is different than the Ocelot. Up until today, when Cypher found you. He doesn't sound like young or old Ocelot. He's somewhere in between. This is Ocelot at peace. This is Ocelot at emotional peace. Because he gets to spend a lot of time, at least, with a big boss body double who's brainwashed into thinking is... This is Ocelot acting! This is Ocelot being fake to us. We know what he's really like, and this is Ocelot acting to the fake big boss.
We need to save Miller.
Oh, a bit of it came out. First, a bit of it came out.
What, you can't keep up with world affairs in a coma? 4 years ago, the Soviets invaded...
Oh, the camera's still following us.
Muslims are fighting back with Western support. Miller was training Mujahideen rebels when he was captured.
14 years, the situation will reverse.
Red's 40th Army. Troop strength somewhere around 100,000.
It's no coincidence we made the game
Squad
take
holding
place
Miller
there.
near the Pakistan border yesterday. Now, in 3 days, they'll reach the Soviet garrison. They'll be interrogated for a few more days, and it's off to a lager. Or left to rot in a ditch on Afghan soil.
His voice is deeper. Yeah, because pitch is different from gravel. And when Ocelot's old, he's more gravelly, but he's not necessarily lower pitched. He's a bit higher pitched. So the character of Ocelot is weird in this one. The whole game is weird, and to an extent it's supposed to make you feel weird.
Had a pretty good deal on her once the IWC started raising...
Oh my god, they have a whaling ship. They have doctors.
So we won't have much time once we're there.
So you begin the game with a preposterous Fight Club sort of situation that you're supposed to be taken seriously right out of the gate. That there is this worldwide underground network of disgruntled militants who have all taken some deathly serious vows to change the world order and are getting themselves killed to save the one guy who might make it happen. And that's all something that they don't even talk about in the past hour we've been playing, but is apparently the network that busted us out of that hospital seemed like a kind of Fight Club network. I do not think that was a normal doctor. I don't even think that was a normal hospital. And that several of the people who died might have signed up for it and knew what, and consciously made a sacrifice. Not all of them though, but it seemed like a few of them were covering our retreat, so to speak. I also forgot about this Indiana Jones map. So the Metal Gear lore is in a very strange spot right now. We're taking incredibly strange alternate history situation for granted is something that you have to accept to make the story make more sense. So the Cold War there is a third option during the Cold War. There is a tiny microstate that is small in numbers but evidently extremely wide in scope, covering the planet but being concentrated into the MSF operations that we're going to be managing. Oh, listen how awesome that is! This is a great use of the song. Words that kill. Would you speak them to me when your breast stands still? Oh, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling something. Hang on a minute here, guys. I'm gonna get something up on YouTube. Donna Burke, Sins of the Father. What's the lyrics? How does it go? It's a 5-minute long song. Okay, Sins of the Father. Lyrics. Okay, we got this up on alternate tabs. We're not gonna go right away, but in a couple of minutes, I am going to arrange a sequence. Whoa! Should I be doing words that words that there's a few fun ways I think I can do it. Okay, so we're taking place in 1984 because of 1984 the book. We're taking place in Afghanistan because of Afghanistan the country. Half the game takes place in Afghanistan, the other half of the game takes place in sub-Saharan Africa. I think they clarify that it's Congo, the actual Congo. The most sub-Saharan African place you could possibly be. These locations, I feel, are very deliberately meant to provoke a discomfort in the game's comfortably middle-class and Western audience. Oh yeah, and the armchair historian in me really wants to know details about these ruins we're passing through. They could be Persian, they could be Roman. Is this supposed to be a visual bit of storytelling about foreign armies occupying Afghanistan throughout the centuries? Kojima was sick of Metal Gear and wanted to quit Konami, but man, he really chose to go out and install. Yeah, I kind of like it. I dig it. Of all the ways the series could end, this is a good way. It's a good swan song for how stupid and crazy the story has gotten, but how refined the gameplay had gotten.
Should be the perfect one.
It strikes me as closer to Death Stranding in tone than a traditional Metal Gear game. It seems like the point it's trying to make subtly below the layer of the iceberg is that, like, kind of like Metal Gear Solid 4, it's kind of sad and pathetic to be sticking this hard to the legacy. Woo! Oh my god, this looks good! We're not turning motion blur off. It's distance space. See how the foreground is still sharp and the background's blurry? God almighty, this looks good. The Gwandi Kahar.
Finding it is your first priority.
Oh yeah, and can't this mission like last 2 in-game days too? Okay, so if I go ahead and close.
Or should I say your in scope?
Yeah, we played Ground Zeroes. We know how this
Straight
goes.
ahead, to the right.
This
All
one?
right, that's the village. If you see something through the binoculars and you need more
This is
information,
so cool.
I'll tell you anything I can.
At least conceptually. We'll talk about how the game logic works. So, I fucking hate saying it. I hate comparing it to Hunt Showdown. But when it at least comes to depicting a broad-ass daylight stealth sneaking mission in broad daylight across a very large outdoor span, Hunt Showdown does it better. But we'll get into that. What am I doing here? I wanted to leave a marker, right? I forgot what Ocelot, the tutorial text Ocelot was telling me. The village and press the call button. Yeah.
That's VLO Village. The VLO Colette.
Oh, we're doing the German thing. W's or V.
Evacuated a while back. Since then, it's become a base for the Soviets.
That's another thing. We're never going to see the locals. The game is completely disinterested in what the actual Afghani people or Mujahideen fighters are going to look like. So it's LT to place a marker.
Now you won't have to worry about getting lost along
Oh,
the way.
the interest in long-distance navigation with map markers is also something we're sharing with Death Stranding. 3 days tops, okay. What a, like, it feels like he's giving you a PC mission. This is very simulationist, like a 90s PC
Just go
game.
charging into Doandehar, you'll be putting both your lives at risk. See what you can find out first. The Soviets have other outposts, not just the one you saw. Afghanistan is a big place.
Yeah,
Expect to become quite familiar with those
GK, no, this is totally a thing. Hunt Showdown, I do believe,
How and where
has pushed the genre forward in ways that I would like to see more of.
from here on out,
One of which is
you're on your own.
given you some interesting ways to navigate pie charts when making your way. Okay, if we could, like,
Legend in the
put on a ghillie suit and then press a fast forward button and then slowly crawl from one bush to another in broad daylight over the course of an entire day, I think there's a way to make a fun game out of that somehow.
return.
Sneaking in broad daylight in Hunt Showdown works. because of the convoluted game logic. It's weird. It can look weird sometimes, but it will look more convincing than the daylight stealth will look in this game.
One of Miller's bodyguards survived.
The daytime Soviet guards are going to have a look radius in perfect broad daylight of like 80 meters, which is high by Metal Gear standards, but laughable, utterly laughable in comparison to how real-life military.
And you're his only hope of getting them back.
Oh my God! They give a little it's very not realistic, and the stealth game logic is going to be fake by design. But I feel like by this point in game design history, they should have at least come up with a better solution for the daytime stealth problem than stay more than 80 meters away. I think there would be a way to just never cross the line of sight with your character, but you could with your camera, to give you a route of how to go from bush to bush, below ridge lines, or above ridge lines, above crest lines, to do it. It just takes a longer time. It requires some patience. You might need to put a fast forward button on the controller. All right, this is it. You fool the guards with this. This is not convincing. This would not fool anyone ever. A saddled horse walking with purpose through the mountains in Afghanistan. The Soviets are fighting guerrilla, low tech. We're gonna call them. They're not an internationally supported war machine from an economically powerful country. They're using horses against the jeeps and the tanks. If the Soviets saw a horse, we're gonna stick to the shadow. By the way, hunt showdown habit coming through here. You stick to the shadows. It makes your character a little more concealed. Yo, I am going to play this as if I was playing Hunt Showdown, and I will show you how it makes more sense, right? So we got micro cover. I've seen videos from people rucking infantry in Ukraine who talk about this. If there's a tiny little bush there, you'd be amazed what a difference it makes for people at a far distance. At some point, we're actually going to have infantry man spotted 100 meters. North, what would the bearing on this guy be? I don't know, doesn't matter. But if you stay on your belly and pay attention to the itty-bitty little bits of micro cover, this is not important. This is not how the game works. But you could do it. They could make a game out of how long of a distance me and the guard can see each other by, God, that music's awesome. By having you speed up when there's a big rock between you and him, and slow down when there's little rocks and little bushes between you and them. This is very exciting. I'm loving it. I'm having a blast. What a good game. So if I wanted to, I could do this whole mission on foot. I've played this game before. We're gonna do it. This is a sandbox game. Let's remove marker. I know the exact... I've played this mission a few times back in the day. I know exactly where he's going to be. We have 3 in-game days to do it, and there is a fast-forward button. Is there a mod, actually, that increases guard view distance? I would love that. If there is a mod, this might actually be the dream stealth game I'm visualizing right now, where daytime stealth sneaking is actually fun and looks plausible. Yeah, if there is a mod that increases guard view distance to something more realistic and reasonable. Yo, if there's someone on this rock, I want them to see me if I stand up. If I'm prone, I want them to get suspicious. They might think it's an animal or something, or the wind blowing a pile of leaves around. I want them to be suspicious if I'm prone at this distance. What's the distance we're looking at too? Someone please let me know if a mod like this exists. 400 meters. Is there a mod that increases the guard distance to something more reasonable and realistic, like hundreds upon hundreds of meters? Because I want it. I would play the game like that. You guys have seen the way I play stealth games. I would actually enjoy playing the game like that. I hope that has been clearly telegraphed by now. But anyways, let me clear the map from some of these markers and put a more... Alright, town. We know.
We don't know his exact location.
So... What? What? Hang on, Miller. You weren't in my ear for a second there. So we're going to try to do some rock climbing through the mountains, and then we're going to avoid the village as much as we can. Oh, we can't go up to J. Okay. Well, first order of the 3 days we're going to spend sneaking our way over there is going to be the rock climbing here. And I think I can just ride the horse straight up to the rocks and climb right through them if I want to. But my god, I want a daytime stealth game. Hey, what's this? Oh, this is not a threat. These are just animals. Alright, on my way here. Let me refresh myself. Wait, no, not yet. I know a better way to get this party going. Modding this game, definitely the thing to do. I've heard good things, and I'm so grateful that it's on PC so that we even can. But yeah, if there's a mod that, like, revamps the guard AI into something that would change it into a kind of a different game, I would love to play and experiment with that. This guy right here. Is there a mod that would have this guy spot me in his, or partial spot me in peripheral vision right now? If I was 12 o'clock straight looking at him, full spot me. But that would just give me the time to get down on the ground, at which point he would then say, guess it's just a bush. Wait, why? Oh, I guess this is the play dead. Okay. Or super duper low profile. But yeah, and then from then on out, you would roll, you would prone, you would stay very low to the ground and make sure to pick the bushes. You know how, like, in Death Stranding, you gotta pull the camera down and look at the tiny pebbles on the ground and get the smoothest footpath on a foot by foot basis. The fantasy I'm having of playing a stealth game where you crawl through bushes in broad daylight to sneak around, sounds like it might make the downtime a little more interesting by putting snake pattern lines of bushes. Like in a Tony Hawk game, your eyeballs would be drawn to lines of foliage coverage. But yeah, we have one guard. Anyone else? Okay, now he's covered. But yeah, I would adore replaying this game with very, very tough rules like that. But for now, I'm going to think of another project to keep us entertained in the meantime. This might not be very exciting to watch, but this would work. Did I tell you guys about how when I was a kid, I went to Air Force Camp and the final project to graduate Air Force Camp was to get on your belly and crawl through the woods for an hour? And if any of the adults spotted you, you, like, failed? Oh, wait, no, they would try to scare you, and if you actually got scared, you failed. They totally found you. There was no way these kids were crawling through the woods undetected, but it was still a fun time, fun childhood memory. Okay, I'm safe. Yeah, I can see bare, naked ridgeline. Okay, no, actually, I'm not safe. There is a chance someone in that tree line might spot me, so we still gotta take it low and slow. Oh, look at the sunset. What a nice sunset. Or is it a sunrise? How do you check the daytime in this? West? That's a sunset then. Hey, look at that! Snake teleported his body in a halfway, changed position. But anyways, let me put him in some bushes and make him go to sleep for a bit while I... hang on. Yeah, there we go.
Reaching out, grasping for a fleeting memory. All the thoughts keep piercing this broken mind. I fall, but I'm still standing, motionless.
I don't like these lyrics. They're not good yet. They get good later. But for some reason, Japanese songwriters writing in English really like melodramatic, for video games in the mid-2010s, really like this dramatic, hyper-melodramatic style that it sounds kind of embarrassing to actual English ears. Oh, there it is. Whoa, Whoa, words that kill. Would you speak them to me with your breath so still? It makes me believe in the Father's sins. Let me suffer now and never die. It's time to a game trailer. They made this song for the trailer first. Before all other considerations, there's this break to show you gameplay. Drive leads their blackened hearts, and the thirst must be quenched to fuel hypocrisy. Cleansing flames is the only way to repent. Renounce what made you. Would you speak them to me with your breath so still? And it makes me believe the sins never die. Can't wash this blood off our hands, and the wounds fear us all. It's just a means to an end. Our salvation lies in the Father's sins. Beyond the truth, let me suffer now. No way to light up the dark in his eyes. Whoa. Saber sent us to hell, but we're going even deeper. Yeah, it's a damn good song. I also just realized, after trying to sing along with it for the very first time in my life after all these years, is that the themes of the Phantom Pain are played with how the song kind of sort of gets a little weird sometimes with how there's like some lines that seem like they cut off. There was one that was yeah, here we go. Pride feeds their blackened hearts, and the thirst must be quenched to fuel hypocrisy. Cleansing flames is the only way to repent. Renounce what made you. Renounce what made you. Blah, blah, blah. What? Renounce what made us what? That is an incomplete sentence. The lyrics are weird. The lyrics are getting into Phantom Man. Oh, do we got an enemy? Man, dangerously close. 40 meters. It's fine. This looks plausible. When night happens, I would love playing a mod that would force you to pay more attention to the day-night cycle in this game, because you totally, with ridiculously realistic sight lines, You could still make the game playable and enjoyable by just fast-forwarding to nighttime and playing it like a normal stealth game at nighttime, and then the super-duper strict European Extreme George's stealth extravaganza during the daytime, where you play by hunt showdown rules, where you just cannot cross into the enemy's pie slice. If you poke your foot into the enemy's pie slice for 3 frames in daylight, you instantly fail the mission. I would play the game like that. Yes, I am. No, it's only been a day. Miller, it's almost a desert. There's some scrub around, but we have no cover. If we use the horse, they're gonna know. I am smaller than the horse. I am more patient and predictable than the horse. Miller. What have we learned when fighting real life wars in Afghanistan? The horses actually are like an asset. When you read about real life wars in Afghanistan, you'll read about how horses never really change. But yeah, now it's nighttime, and walking past this guy at nighttime is something I will do comfortably on camera in front of everyone. I won't pretend to be a super duper tryhard stealth gamer and point out how he shouldn't be able to see me. Alright, now what were you supposed to do at the little villages on your way in? I think you just get like Miller tagged on your scope, but I know where he is. I don't think they change it. And if it's not this one, it should be one awfully close. Let me get rid of those other markers. Also, how much does the planning ahead of time actually really matter? Marker removed. Marker removed. U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Okay. We're gonna do marker A. I want it to be A. Very important. Perfect. Alright, I'm gonna pause the game and run to the bathroom real quick for a quick bathroom break. What a good permadeath run. We haven't died once. Also, what kind of gear did they give us for this mission? Are we running OSP for this? Infinite Heaven is a mod that has options for just AI. There's also some mods to make S rank less reliant on time. Horses give you no tactical advantage whatsoever. You get intel and weapons. Is the map paused? No, the map is not paused. Pause is a different button. It's the settings screen pause. The triangle isn't moving. Good times. Yeah, time passes. We have 3 in-game days. It looks like it's been about a half a day, maybe the majority of a day. Elapsed time 7 hours 25. There's some Death Stranding. You can see this like the fascination, the love of a heroic adventure story that involves crossing long stretches of rough terrain. Oh wow. Oh yeah, some fun missions to be had in the base camp. I think Desmasi Laman is where the bees sleep. I think that was my favorite in the whole game. Where the bees sleep in like OKB0. I remember Yako Obo. Alright, can we see any guards? Do we have... Yeah, we do have night vision. Right. What equipment? Night vision, phantom cigar. Oh, yeah, it doesn't work. Users under stress. This medicinal plant that speeds up the perception of time. Boy, did they get that one right. We have a silenced assault rifle. And the... use the call button to perform a knock to lure enemies. I might need to get used to these weapon controls because they're a little more complicated. The bionic arm, LB plus R to perform a knock. How does that work? Oh. I remember. The whistle gets me my horse back, which teleports wherever your camera's not pointing. Oh, we have searchlights. The guards that are operating the searchlights are going to be easy enough to tag. Why won't it tag this guy?
It's up to you whether to slip by enemies or take them down.
We're not going to
Just
try
remember
shooting
that
anyone
any
just yet.
situation can change fast. Familiarize yourself with your weapons and items while you can. You need to be able to
Oh, that's
switch
so much
between them
better.
quickly to meet any threat.
Okay, so another thing, nights should be darker in video games in general, but in stealth games that have day-night cycles, I feel like they've generally really missed an opportunity to make use of very dark areas for satisfying gameplay, which is a doable thing. Hunt Showdown used to have darker nights. I was a fan. Stalker, the Stalker game where you're in radioactive Ukraine, had very dark nights and some mods I installed. I was a fan. I like really dark nights. When the night vision goggles make that big of a difference, it's a good feeling. When you're playing a game with really dark nights and the nights are actually dark enough for the night vision goggles to be helpful instead of superfluous. It gives you some extra gameplay considerations to think about as the gamer. Yeah, the iDroid keeps track of the steps that you take. In Death Stranding, a lot of interest is paid to tracking how many steps you take and some exactitude as to where exactly you're doing it. How many guards did I just tag? 3? I know we got a 4th to my right. Surely there's going to be more than 4 in the whole base. Oh. Oh, I thought I spotted a humanoid shape moving about. Oh, maybe I should shoot the lights from here. What's, how much range do I got? Arms, material, multi-purpose rifle system, 5.56. Range, accuracy, is there bullet drop? I'm about to cause something that should totally look like an accident. I do not trust it at that range. Okay. Oh, hey. So, one of the unfortunate things about sandbox game design is that I just felt like a very cool guy perched up on the hill, tagging the enemies, thinking about how to get in there.
One day.
When really, I don't think it has to be that complicated at all.
But we don't know exactly where he is. You can keep gathering intel or make an entry into the town now.
Because in big open world sandbox games like this, I tend to discover an optimal strategy pretty quickly. So what we're actually going to do is stick to the wall. We're going to hug the wall and try to put as much distance between us and bad guys as possible, and that's really all there is to it. I could try to do something fancy and go straight through and use magazines to get people looking the opposite way. Really, I think I just need to encircle them. What am I doing? Counterclockwise encirclement. This guard at 60 meters might be a problem. But I see a route where I can scale a sheer cliff right here. So that's not going to be a problem. It's too easy, I think. We've been playing for almost 3 hours. And it is nice having a permadeath game be so open-ended. And, you know, we'll just let him go. It looks like he has a radio. They might be relying on regular check-ins from him. But whatever plan I had in mind to get in here and get Miller out is way less complicated than what I think the game developers would like me to be thinking through right now. Unfortunately. It's the general location, not exact. Well, I have memories of the exact location. So that guard was not as much of a problem as I thought he'd be. I might also need to be popping the NVGs on and off while I'm closer in to be able to better tell where darkness is and isn't. Now, some of these rocks, they should be able to climb. I basically just want to hug this wall as much as possible. Is that guy coming to me? 50, 49, yeah he is. Nice, the distance numbers are actually useful for something. Tell what direction they're moving at without having to see it. Nor without having to see their bodies. Superimposed. Oh no, oh my god. Alright, fine, let's collect the alchemy ingredients for the alchemy system. Oh, come on guys. There are so many more interesting ways to interact with your open world than the standard issue medicinal plants popping up to give players something to click on. Oh yeah, speaking of crafting systems, this game is wild. Also, I don't remember whether or not I'm making noise. Ivan Ivanovich. Shouldn't I get some translation at the bottom of the screen?
Нет, ее написали лет 30 назад. А о чем она? Я не смог прочитать ее, она на английском. Но речь идет об утопии, когда весь мир стал коммунистическим. Ого, правда? Автор англичанин, так что я не думаю, что...
I think we need to recruit a translator or something in the mother base before we can do that.
Капиталистический мир по умолчанию лучше. Не то чтобы единый коммунизм, это... Ладно, мне пора. Удачи.
Maybe we should cause a distraction to get these guards off of here. Might be a situation for magazines. What do they look like from the overhead perspective? It's just the one guard. I don't think it has to be as fancy as I'm making it. God damn, this game looks good. 16, 17. Can I put 20 meters between me and the second guard? Okay, I'm going to try to attract the 12-meter guard, but not the 20-meter guard. Ha! That's the other thing in this game. Like, the stuff that you try, the cool stealth tricks you try, it just works. They just work! All the complicated moves that you have in your head just work. Oh, light. No, don't like that. Yeah. Can I make sure it's set to single fire? No, I can't. Get down, you goober. Okay, guard doesn't care. Lights down. Let's get down.
At your destination.
Will you speak them to me? No, Miller. Miller's not here. Guard might come in here. Maybe I should interrogate him. Maybe I should leave him alone, actually. That would be optimal. Oh, yeah, that's right. You gotta collect the metals.
Those materials are already processed. They should come in handy sooner or later. Why not start gathering them?
That's right. We run a shipping and packaging and logistics facility business in addition to being the super cool... Wah! In addition to being the super cool sneaky spy commando, we're also like, you know...
That's a rough diamond. Good find. It'll fetch a high price.
Building steel structures. Okay, midnight. That was very Zelda-esque, to have a wolf herald your nighttime with a little clock on the ground, a little clock on the screen. Okay, this time we got both of them, but I'm planning on dashing out the window when they go through the door. I would also like to peek around that window before going over. Uh-oh. 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 Well, I wasn't planning on that guard not crossing the right line of sight. I was preparing for him to cross. Good thing I have X-ray vision. It'll probably make the firefight real easy. Hey, stun grenades? Oh no, that's a stunned guard. Maybe I can use the magazines to get them off my back? Maybe I can use the hand grenades to kill a bunch of them real fast. What am I doing? I'm not playing the game like I have permadeath on. I'm playing the game like I think it's going to be real easy and I'm super confident and cocky about everything. Accuracy is really shitty too. What is with that? Hey, that's Miller. Maybe? No, it's not. That's a different guy who's on the ground suffering and not really fighting. Oh, don't worry. Confidence won't cost me for the third time in a... How do you jump from rooftop to rooftop like in the trailer? Well, I guess we just won't be jumping from rooftop to rooftop like in the trailer. So what do I do up here? I think I saw the jump icon for a while. Yeah. There we are.
God. No more use for me, huh?
Cause it's me. I'm here to get you out.
Snake.
They do something to your eyes?
No, it's just bright as all.
Also, The base is on full alert right now, right? Didn't I kill like 4 guys just now?
We'll talk, but not here.
Oh boy, now I gotta bust him out of here. With everyone on full alert and my...
Extraction arrived at the mother base.
You've secured the target. I'll send the chopper to get you out. Make your way to the RV. You can check the location on your iDroid.
Mission info has been updated.
Well, we cannot go out the way we came in. I feel like that's a trick I would not have known if I was playing this game the first time.
You look well. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit. Not so heavy anymore, right? Magic words, boss.
What's the Diamond Dog logo doing out there?
9 years to hear him. Kept you waiting, huh? Save for old time's sake.
Oh my god. Okay, if things can be read as like exhaustion or that guy should be able to see me. As exhaustion or a patronizing dig at the fans, that's definitely one. Say the words, boss. I want to clap like a seal. Wait, you can press Y to say it? Why? I didn't see the message in time. I'm sorry. Okay, isn't there going to be a bad guy? Like, I'm going to get a skull attack. Okay.
Support helicopter has arrived.
Getting him out of there definitely was easier than they were making it look. Okay, no, it was less complicated.
You lost it all that day.
So what is the replay incentive for exploring the map, right? I remember this being a thing. Like, why should I have investigated other villages before going to the main one to get him out? You already know where he's being held, and I think if you go right there and interrogate guards, you get... I don't remember what the reward is for actually exploring the other villages on your way to that one. I just walked in a straight line to Kaz. When I saw an overview of the village, I kind of walked in a little semicircle rotation around it to the weakest point in the perimeter.
It's them.
And then as soon as one thing went wrong, I just started blasting and everything turned out fine. I got him out anyway, and I don't recall this part being as difficult as they make it look either. Kaz's exact location. He's not hard to find. He's in the biggest building in the middle of the village, and it's a weird-looking building compared to the others.
That mist is, it's all around you. We can't see through it. I'm changing the RV so it's outside the mist. Get over there. The
That
chopper will
one.
be waiting.
Also, the iconography for getting on things versus putting your cargo on things is a little weird. Okay, can I tag him? Yeah, let's tag him. Tag him. There, thank you. Tag him. How much Skyrim mountain climbing can we do with this horse? I see. We have to go through them somehow.
Caution, you
You're heading outside the mission area.
Dude!
Caution, you are about to leave the
Listen.
mission
You want me to get over there? There's a route. It's the long route, but anyways, it's outside the mission area. Okay. I think if we stick to the left, we might be able to rock climb our way out of here to the left. No, not while carrying Miller. We can't climb those walls. What do they want me to do? Do they want me to just barrel through? What's the sprint button when you're on horse? What's the B button do? Oh, hey.
You're leaving the mission area. You're not giving up, are you?
No, shut up. I'm almost... Alright, so maybe I slip by these two guys. How do you run fast when you're on the horse? What's the sprint button when you're on a horse? Normal, horse, okay. L stick. Speed up, X. While readying weapon, change weapons. Okay. So, wait, was that X or A? I need to take another look at that, I'm sorry. X. It is X. It is X. You can go under the bridge and they start moving forward. That is not Ocelot. Right, okay. It's Ocelot on the radio and Kaz on the horse. They're almost the same character. Another thing I take umbrage with... Ocelot and Kaz being different characters in Peace Walker and Phantom Pain, it confuses me. Because they kind of serve the same roles, and in all due respect, their voice actors sound almost exactly alike. So you go under the bridge and they start moving forward. I don't know if that's good for me, though. Now I'm tempted to take the path on the left. It looks like there's a little bit more of an opening. Or if they want me to blast one of these guys, just unload a whole mag straight into them. Maybe the guy on the right's the one I'd want to take. But the guys on the left are at least giving me some space. They're wandering in the open a bit. I could speed past them. I'll get spotted, but I think I could speed past them safely. That's the plan. What? Why do you look like you're from a Command and Conquer game? Where are we?
Run, boss. You've got to lose him.
I think we lost him. Oh, there's Pequod. Oh, they're shooting me. That's not good. No, we need to take cover.
Support helicopter has arrived.
Ah, we ran into a rock because I was shooting them too hard. This game really likes horse chasing. Oh no! Oh wait, are they gone? Did they just fuck off in like a blink of an eye?
The mist is cleared, and it looks like they're gone.
That was fast! Alright, Kaz. I know the horse looks cool. Wait, actually, I think we can stay on this thing. Should I actually start playing the game by its own rules and not my weird George rules now? Because I think we could just trot there and we're fine. We don't have to be all realistic about the stealth. Actually, I think this guard post was mysteriously abandoned. Never mind.
That's the unit that attacked us before. They came at us real fast in the same kind of mist. Our men, survivors from 9 years ago, were wiped out in minutes. I don't know what they want, but it's them. No mistake.
9 years before. Okay, okay, hang on. He was talking about something different. That group was the one that attacked us before, 9 years ago. Is he talking about the horse? He's talking about the horse.
This is Pequod. There's an obstruction at the LZ preventing me from landing. Request immediate removal.
Was that gunfire? Are we taking gunfire? What? Where? Who? Oh, it's also ridiculous how no one sees these helicopters. It was ridiculous in Ground Zeroes too, but... Yeah, we're taking gunfire. Someone down there is taking pot shots at us. Huh. Wild. Yeah, a lot more than just that one guy should have spotted us. Effective interrogations. Markings. Animals rescued. Oh lord, don't get me started on those. The horse is just shit out of luck. Simply land your helicopter 50 feet from Gitmo. Okay, I'm interested to see if there's mods that make enemies have more realistic sightlines when it comes to the daytime stuff. Because you can set the time to nighttime, and at that point I don't care quite so much about the plausibility of the stealth on the screen.
That's where our new home is now. Hey.
The Seychelles is another thing I had to look up.
Some operation we had, huh? 9 years ago. Carving out our own world. Making our own future. And they took it away. I'm gonna rebuild it.
Are these sequences supposed to be fun?
That we can call home.
This one feels kind of redundant.
Yeah, we were dogs, all right. Slinking around out of Cypher's sight. Digging up whatever kind of dirty money we could find. You name it. We did it.
Oh, thanks, Jumbo Man Draws.
You see this? Diamond Dogs. Our new home.
They were called MSF before. Why are you changing the name?
Phantom of our former selves. Triumph. Death.
Maybe you're supposed to make your own little shot.
Yeah.
And decide how much of the frame is Miller's helicopter and the darkness, and how much of it is the desert and the brightness. They're supposed to be cinematic! MSF got destroyed, and if other armies learn they're still around, they'd attack again. Oh my god! So you have no faith in the American military intelligence apparatus of being able to spot Diamond Dogs doing the exact same thing by the exact same people with the exact same voice actors. And then being like, oh well, I guess we just can't attack them. They're a different name, we're not allowed. This was last week. We don't need the flashbacks. This was last week. Is there a mod that also makes a perfectly seamless experience for Ground Zeroes to Phantom Pain so you don't have these flashbacks right now? I think this is the only one actually we played so far, the only time it's been jarring. It's so weird to have the villain of a main story be introduced in a separate game. Even if you play them back to back, you're looking at 2 hours of you seeing that flashback just now and the villain being introduced in Ground Zeroes in the intro. Skullface is... I don't even remember him. He's the least fun Metal Gear villain of them all. The true Phantom Pain is the fact that Skullface exists.
I can feel my leg, and my arm, even my fingers. The body I've lost.
He's the least memorable Metal Gear villain, but he looks and talks. I mean, his name's Skullface. You would think he would be one of the most fun. It's like there's still a villain in this story. You feel the villain too, don't you?
A group above nations, even the US. And I was the parasite below, feeding off zero.
They also don't make much of a big deal. I feel like they don't make, or maybe it's a matter of perspective, they don't make as big a deal about Cypher being a rogue military entity in the US as they did about Volgan being a rogue military entity of the Soviets. Yeah, no, like, I don't know about you guys, but I've always interpreted Cypher as shorthand for the CIA itself. They say above America, but it seems like there's some implications here that you are supposed to be reading them as one and the same.
Boss, I'm gonna make him give back our past. Take back everything that we've lost.
Ooh, we need to read Moby Dick. The Phantom Pain might not make much sense unless you read Moby Dick.
Our new mother base. I don't know how long it'll take, but I'll make it bigger. Better than before.
And they're just gonna blow it up again. It feels like a guy trying to make Jurassic Park over and over again. The dinosaurs are gonna break out of their cages. You can't really have a dinosaur zoo. The nature of the creature...
Like you used to.
Oh, and they're making a weird point about how Kaz is really the boss. The real Big Boss. Kaz is doing so much work than Big Boss himself. In both of these games. In Peace Walker and MGS5. Okay, so to make Death Stranding make sense, you need to read the Homo Ludens book, and to make the Phantom Pain make sense, you need to read Moby Dick.
We pull in money.
Look at how good this game looks.
Just to combat Cypher. Rubbing our noses in bloody battlefield dirt. All for revenge. The world calls for
Also, the aesthetics of Mother Base and Kaz and Venom Snake, everyone is so ugly. This place is so ugly. The music is so sad. They're on a pathetic revenge quest over a base building minigame. Like, the passion is not there. They're not having fun. I'm getting the vibe that Kojima's, like, having fun presenting this, but it is a depiction of the heroes you know and love not having fun at all. You can paint the platforms pink if you like, George. No matter what you paint the platforms, there will be this weird melancholy going on, where there's no one around. It's like weirdly empty. Sometimes sad music will play, and when sad music is not playing, nostalgic 80s music plays. There is an emptiness to this whole experience, an emotional emptiness.
We can crush Cypher, boss.
There's nothing else going on in this guy's head. It's empty. There's a crushed Cypher shell with hot air inside. Oh, and the camera is so good, too. And the composition. They're very beautifully depicting the ugliness of everyone. And yet it's also a AAA video game that's going to be confused as hell about how to handle these themes. And, how long the tutorials need to be. Learn how to run Mother Base! We're walking slow instead of fast. The rules of the game have arbitrarily changed for tutorial purposes. And we don't gotta worry about dying for quite a while.
Boss, there's something I want to talk about. It concerns the running of Mother Base. Come meet with me.
Okay. This base belongs to you. Make Diamond Dogs the force it deserves. Like any organization, we need good people. And we
I love
need to
how
make
the
good
wind
use of
is
their
rushing through
talents.
the mic when you sprint.
Go for them, not me. That's enough. This isn't the time. Give it a rest.
When's he gonna start repeating?
Go for them, not me.
Okay.
I'm not finished yet. Like any organization, we need good people, and we need to make good use of their talents. Miller asked me to lay that out for you.
I'm not gonna fall into the ocean. We're doing a permadeath
Start
run.
bringing people in. Use this.
We're not gonna shoot Ocelot in the face. We're doing a permadeath run. We don't want to trigger a time paradox.
When you're in the field, use it to extract any soldiers or prisoners you want back here. We'll see if we can't persuade them to join the ranks of Diamond Dogs.
Persuade them? Also, isn't he, like, basically talking about brainwashing?
Don't you? That's one way of doing it. Now extract it. Good.
Extraction failed.
Whee!
Good.
Extraction
And then he just
arrived
disappears.
at
You
Mother
can only
Base.
Fulton recover someone if they're not resistant. No dead bodies either. They don't make great recruits. The staff member you just extracted will be assigned to the team best suited to his abilities. See for yourself. Open your iDroid. Select staff management from the Mother Base menu. So that staff member was placed on the R&D team. The R&D team is in charge of developing all kinds of weapons and items that'll support you on missions. Take a look at the development list. Select weapons items under the development heading.
Select weapons and items under the development heading. Oh!
Please
That's the
specify
R&D
project.
team's development list. See the item called cardboard box? Didn't seem much use to me, but Miller was adamant that you'd want it on the list.
I like how Snake's
The
thumb
last
is
word
moving
in
with our
infiltration
real-life
technology,
thumb
Or
movements.
so he said. In any case, we don't have the manpower to develop it just yet. We need more staff on the team. Go extract a few more people.
It sounds...
You can also Fulton extract individuals you've knocked out. Why don't you try knocking someone out with CQC next? Show them how it's done. That's enough.
Hey!
Show them how it's done, boss.
2 + 2 = 5. 2 + 2 = 5.
Oh, that's the 1984 thing. And we're talking about brainwashing people.
I've had drug resistance. I suppose that works too.
Extraction
complete.
arrived at Mother
One thing I
Base.
should mention. A Fulton extraction won't always be successful. If the person is injured, the shock of it could kill them. And if the weather's unfavorable, well, it could end up going missing. You can determine the chance of success by approaching the person you want to extract. If you want to be sure you can get them out, best carry them to the chopper instead. All right, extract the next staff member. Extract him. Use any method you like. Start by knocking him out, or you can put him to sleep.
So I forgot how the construction signs are this, like, cute anime girl.
Its level has gone
Unit
up.
function
It should be
added.
able to develop the
Development
cardboard
project.
box.
This is so weird. This is such a desperate pull for systems.
Development heading.
Please specify
Now select
project.
cardboard box and start development. Just be aware that development requires funds. GMP. Watch we don't end up in the red.
development has finished.
Please select a
You can
drop
have the
point
support unit
supplies
supply you with
requested.
weapons and items you've developed. Think of it
Supply
as your
drop
own
complete.
personal delivery service.
And there it is. Not sure what it's good for, but Miller said you know what. Try it out. One last thing. Staff members you extracted were all placed on the R&D team, but that was
Oh, that's right. You get inside the cardboard box, and then the cardboard box gets destroyed. To put a cardboard box in your pocket that's not destroyed.
Open your iDroid and select a landing zone to tell it where to pick you up. Or if you're still in the mood for knocking guys on their asses, you can stay around here a while. Give the men some practice. Just come pay me a visit.
Okay, how is the surfing work? Yeah! Woohoo! Okay, maybe we can like go bowling with them and get them all lined up in a line like this. Oh wait, can I jackknife them and make a turn at the woohoo? Okay, hang on. I think I see a way to get a perfect strike here. Ah. Almost. Ah. How do I whip around fast enough at the tail end of a turn to knock everyone down in one go? Yes! Oh, come on, you bastard! You lucky bastard. Alright. Let's try this again. And... Whee! I'm trying to get them all down in one sprint. Pounding Willie, you need to be over here.
Interrogate him, knock him out, kill him. Scratch that last one.
Wait, what happens? Oh, you can't. You just can't.
This isn't like you, Snake. Try it one more time.
This isn't like me.
Thanks for that, boss.
Oh! Ho!
Boss! Thanks for that, boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Don't pull any punches.
Oh no! What happens if you throw them into the ocean?
Thank you, boss.
This feels like more guys than I remember for this segment too. Did they like add an extra 2 guys in a patch or something? I remember slapping them around, but not like 8 at a time like this.
Thanks for that, boss. Thank you, boss. Don't pull any punches. Don't pull any punches. Thanks for that, boss.
Alright, let's move on. Tutorial complete.
That's enough.
What do we do? I think we like hold the... Call the helicopter to continue. Board the chopper and head to the AO. Missions, helicopter, pick up.
Please select landing
Yeah.
Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Is it possible to chain CQC while box surfing? I don't think I'm gonna die, by the way. Because I think those are the toughest part of the game for a while. This is gonna be the longest permadeath run since Metal Gear Solid 3, probably. Oh, look at those shadows glitching out. How majestic.
Extraction arrived.
Oh, what
base.
task did I miss?
Development project has been added.
Speaker. Oh, must be a distraction item. Oh, we're in the red. Starring. We're not going to have to listen to those tapes for quite a while.
Mission list updated.
Boss, I know you haven't been back long, but I prepared a list of missions for you. Open your iDroid.
Were you in the middle of exercising or something? What was with the panting? Okay, so this helicopter is like a home away from home. The closest thing this guy has to home is a depressing metal bedroom at Mother Base. The whole concept is of Mother Base and Diamond Dogs and MSF is like a dark black comedy parody of the modern concept of a nation state. Yeah, there's some like real emotional emptiness to the whole experience that I don't know if it ever would have been an exciting feel-good spy adventure like that 2014 trailer had many of us believing, but the literalness of how to take the theme of a phantom pain seemed to stick out to me pretty hard at the time. One thing that is coming out now that was not coming out before, though, is that there's like a sense of humor about it, which has me feeling like there's still some energy and passion behind depicting the situation, but the situation that's being depicted is going to be miserable. It's going to engage with themes of boredom, right? This game is engaging with themes of war and battle and combat gradually becoming a Tuesday day job to this guy. And the story, and a grander scale to some certain extent, gets into all the nasty implications of what would happen if that were actually the case. Where was I going with that one? I guess I was going to say that if Metal Gear Solid 5 was always going to be interpreted with some degree of hostility for people who would want to be feeling good about what they're doing. It's not a game, for sure not a game about feeling good about doing war crimes and sneaking around killing bad guys who never saw you coming. We're not going to listen to those tapes. What are we doing? I guess we're not pressing Y because info, music... Oh. Never mind. That's not the music I was thinking of. Oh, right. If I explored, couldn't I, like, pick up a tape with some Vice City soundtrack on it? Oh, did they take the licensed music out because the license is expired, though? I think it's start that we want to press. Yeah, missions. Mission
Please
list.
select a mission.
A hero's way.
Diamond Dogs has received and made a list of those
Oh, this is so much like Death Stranding.
accept is your call.
Actually, you know what?
Missions I've added are prisoner rescue, facility sabotage, and high-value target elimination.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Probably all a walk in the park for you, but they should help you get back on your feet. I put the mission details on a cassette tape. Refer to it if you decide to accept the mission. We'll receive GMP for completing missions, and extracting soldiers and prisoners will boost our ranks. Building up Mother Base is the first step to achieving our goal.
So,
Sweat work?
okay,
So be it.
okay.
We're gonna have to get our hands dirty. I hope you're rested up, because we're not stopping.
I think
Until the pain is gone.
C2W can be done in
The
each
future of
other.
Diamond Dogs is in your hands. We're
Destroy
counting on
the
you, boss.
Soviet comms equipment to prevent reinforcements being sent between outposts. Oh yeah, don't you shoot it with the Gatling gun in your helicopter? That sounds safe. That sounds like a very safe, risk-averse method that shouldn't result in me dying, but I feel like if I tried it right out the get-go, I might die. I'm thinking about going in order, but C2W does sound like the most fun of the three. Okay, I was just gonna say earlier that, like, I don't know if the idea, ever since Peace Walker, the idea of selecting Metal Gear Solid missions from a list, I don't think has ever really jived well with me. It seems to clash the narrative linearity of a cinematic game that has a story playing out like a movie. A movie's a linear sequence of images. These things make that sequence not so linear anymore. With Death Stranding, I never even thought about it. It seemed natural right off the bat. But when you're playing the 5th installment of a long franchise series, a lot of little things can seem to get in your way somewhat arbitrarily. I got an active bladder. I'm going to go run to the bathroom real quick. We're going to play for a few more minutes, but it's going great so far. I'll be right back. Okay. A hero's way. Which one of these is easiest? What do the labels refer to here? Briefing tape, GMP, stars. Okay, checkpoints. 0 to 5, 0 to 6, 0 to 5. I guess those are goals. GMP, that's how much money we earn. Okay, the geography versus the shape determines whether or not it's a mission or a cutscene. Free roam! That's useful. Oh, the Mother Base free roam's fun, but we'll check that out later. Missions available in Afghanistan. Okay. Okay, we'll do Hero's Way.
Farming villages in southern Vahan have been subjected to a strategic bombing campaign the past several weeks. The damage is spreading. It's part of the Soviet Scorched Earth operation aimed at wiping out the guerrillas. The target this time is the commander of a Spetsnaz detachment. He's been key to the operation's success. People say this guy's responsible for annihilating the Mujahideen at Tismasi Laman, the Hamid fighters, overnight. He's a tough, experienced commander. Don't underestimate him. The order from my client in the west is to shoot on sight. They want him out of the picture for good. Sorry, boss. This one's purely business. Wet work. A hit on a commanding officer of the Soviet military. Nothing personal. We're only doing this because it gets us one step closer to our goal.
Mission accepted. Heading to Afghanistan.
The interface is also striking me as weirdly anachronistic. It's supposed to take place in the 80s. But we're using an iDroid. This version of Big Boss looks definitely from the 80s. He looks awesome. He looks like a vision of the character that would have been in the mind of people playing the original game in the actual 80s. But like the interface, the way the menus are using their font choices and color choices and aesthetic choices don't look very 80s to me. The music in this scene is so exciting too for how... This is Death Stranding. This is... They recycled this into Death Stranding. This is so strange. I feel... Because I was playing Death Stranding a few weeks ago, and maybe I'm about to say the following sentence because of this. But it feels like a game about delivering cargo. Would be a more natural fit for all these menus than a game about sneaking past bad guys. How do I start mission? Y, X, start, select. Oh yeah, an amber green phosphor look. So it would look like electronics, like an electronic LCD screen. Oh, there we go. I have to go back a bit. Buddy! Oh, that's so cute. Vehicle. Oh, I can bring one of these. Does it cost me anything? Can I bring a tank? Yeah! Rocky surfaces, camo bonus on rocky surfaces. Where among greenery? I think we will go with the olive drab over the tiger stripe. I think this mission has more greenery than rocky.
Deploying.
I probably should have picked nighttime. What is the downside to playing at night, come to think of it? When it comes to some missions where you cannot choose the starting time and thus might have to strategically improvise on the way. If given the choice, why would you ever do one of these at daytime? I feel like when I was playing it, I should still have the answer remembered. I think the problem was that you had such about as equal a hard time seeing as the bad guys, and it was really your own visibility.
But I'll leave the method up to you.
Oh no, we're Fultoning him.
Make your way to Chicago Calais and eliminate the target.
Okay, so when we do C2W or whatever it's called, this is what we want to do. But can you, like, abort the mission while you're still in the helicopter and safely make it away without dying? Do they make a big difference between... Oh, are we on a time limit?
Be careful down there, boss. Use compounds from plants to make medicine or poison for use in new weapons.
This is utterly ridiculous.
Look at the plants list on your iDroid to see
That's
which ones
not...
we need.
It's utterly transparent. There's nothing immersive about it. Those plants are not... Those are just there to give you something to do in an open world. Something to click on the ground. It's there to satisfy the most attention deficit of Zoomer gamer impulses. Where do my night visions go? There they are. It's not... It is... I cannot imagine.
You see many animals in the field. Truth is, an environmental NGO has asked us to remove wild animals from combat zones. If you have the time, can you extract some back here? There's a reward in it for us.
Ah! I was not expecting that. So what are these, like coyotes or something? there's a commander we're gonna assassinate with a silenced gunshot at a safe distance. We're gonna sneak into an advantageous position and wait patiently all day for him to appear in sight. And then we're gonna quietly sneak away. No one will ever suspect a thing. I wish that the problem of getting past these guys is something I had to think about, instead of just whoop, and holding the control stick in the direction I need to go. That's why if there's a mod, it would actually solve... Guys, let me get off my horse and think about this. Reloading. So one of the biggest complaints everyone already had about Metal Gear Solid 5, and I'm already feeling this... Hey, my microphone. One of the biggest complaints I had about Metal Gear Solid 5, that everyone had about Metal Gear Solid 5, is it felt like the open world wasn't used for much. But if the daytime sneaking rules, if the guard sightlines in general were extended so much to the point where they fill that space up with danger zone you got to think about and navigate around, but there you go, problem solved. Because it does kind of feel like a problem that I'm just moving the stick in one direction and not really thinking more interesting thoughts about how to sneak past those guys I just snuck past. Did I even sneak past those guys? It did not feel like I snuck past those guys. They might as well have been window dressing. You can actually set up the enemy bases before you take on a mission, but why? Why would you want to? There will be some neat tapes of some 80s music and intel that just gives you a shortcut to the objective. Okay, I think from here we might want to ditch the horse and start rock climbing with eyeballs on who looks like the commander and the troop movements we'll see. Can I climb this? No, we can't climb that. They also did a really good job of making it very clear what you can and can't climb most of the time.
He has a Spetsnaz recon detail with him. Keep your guard up.
You can sneak into this base early, destroy comms and equipment, the entire radar, and then sneak in during the actual mission with them being less prepared against you. That kicks ass. There's also some good questions to ask about a Kojima project called Codenamed Ogre. And I do wonder if this was originally planned as a non-Metal Gear game at some point. And if the greater interest on military sandbox operations and how seemingly incompatible so much of it seems with Metal Gear's DNA might come from the fact that it might have been originally planned as a non-Metal Gear project before... Oh, wait, no, wrong button. Get off. Before it would have become a Metal Gear project later.
Golden Crescent.
Nice overlook.
It's a type of medicinal plant. We can use
Shut
that to
up.
make tranquilizer rounds more potent.
Okay, here's another mod. Surely this has happened. Kaz, Miller, Ocelot. Who is it who's talking in this game? Ocelot. Is there a mod to get Ocelot to shut up? There's gotta be. I'd be surprised if there wasn't. Alright, the commander, I think, likes hanging out indoors and up high. But yeah, Project Ogre was a military sandbox game that kind of sounded like, not necessarily the most ambitious or wild idea in the world. It kind of sounds like a description for a single-player Battlefield game, where players could drive vehicles around large outdoor open-world sandboxes with some kind of modern military battle theming going on. And it really, when you look up Project Ogre, it does not sound fundamentally different from Metal Gear Solid 5. It was supposed to include some strategic aspects about the military operations being worked at a level higher than your character's own immediate driving and shooting. But it was not a Metal Gear game. It was something that Kojima had in mind between 4 and 5. And one of several ideas that I'm sure were being tossed around and turned into something eventually recycled into real Metal Gear games. One thing that I'm not necessarily heartbroken that we'll never see, but I think might be very important to keep in mind when playing Kojima games, is the World War II boss game, where you were supposed to play as the boss in the Cobras during World War II. When it comes to themes of your action sneaky hero managing a team or a group of other people whose powers all need to be utilized on their own terms to make the group operate at maximum efficiency, I have a feeling like we might be playing some versions of that the boss during World War II game that got canned and turned into Metal Gear Solid 4 instead. When the stories of Metal Gear Solid 5 and Peace Walker both involve the action hero of the franchise not really being the action hero of the franchise, but being a weird immortalized legend version of him who's also from a couple generations earlier and is depicted with nostalgic heroism. And you're playing as this character in a game about doing tactical espionage operations instead of tactical espionage actions. We are intersecting Kojima's ennui with his game development career itself and his former fantasies of what an 80s military action game inspired by 80s American movies would look like. Like, one thing that I really like, and have to give props to Metal Gear Solid 5 especially for, is how the situations of its military sandbox don't seem... the plausibility is through the roof. The hardware that these guys are using, the equipment that they're using, it's all depicted like almost with a simulationist eye for the authenticity, which is something that someone could totally say about Metal Gear Solid 2 as well, and totally did in marketing terms, but it was kind of marketing skin deep in there. Metal Gear Solid 5 feels like a single-player Battlefield game way more than the other Metal Gears. And so when thinking of how its depiction of military isms, the formations and the hardware, the kinds of vehicles and equipment everyone's using, sticking somewhat more to more plausible realism than other games, the sandbox helps things out here in a way that it doesn't with Metal Gear Solid 2. You could talk about this and what I am doing in almost the same terms as describing playing a military simulator. A by-the-books, extremely dry, Western military simulator game made for a completely different audience than Metal Gear. Like Delta Force. What I am doing here, I think you can do in Delta Force. The 1993-94 military sandbox game for PCs that looks like ass, it looks ugly, it doesn't feel cool to play, but the open-ended sandboxy nature of sticking real military hardware from the 80s and relatively open-ended situations where you can just drop these things into a map like toys and end up creating quite accidentally a compelling mission as a result is very different from normal Metal Gear games and a lot closer to 90s PC games than the rest of the whole franchise ever gets. Is this our guy? That's a beret. He's wearing a beret. It's very easy to imagine what this would look like in Editor. They put one specifically flagged different kind of NPC in the middle of a base of other NPCs in one vehicle. It feels unscripted. It feels very remarkably less directed than the other Metal Gear games. And lone, and I wonder why. Who's spotting me? I didn't have them tagged. Anyhow. I don't see him. Not with my naked eyes in the darkness. Oh, is he on the roof of the opposite building? Why is his white smear not going away? Is he flashing? Is he the 37-meter guard? But yeah, for people who were there, I've read interviews by people who were there, who will, like, talk your head off about how the, even the formation that they walk around their base with, the way they just look off in the mountains and smoke a cigarette is how it works. One of the reasons I would love to actually know what it's like to go through the Metal Gear games and get involved with real-life war, because that would give you a crazy series of thoughts when going through this Afghanistan stuff in Metal Gear Solid 5. Yeah, the people playing this game, hundreds of them, thousands of them, maybe even a good 10,000 of them or so, would have been American Iraq War, Afghanistan, American war veterans who would have spent time in Afghanistan in real life, probably might have a book of Russian tanks and jeeps and trucks memorized, and might have been feeling some very strange deja vu when playing these Afghanistan missions. I would really, I wouldn't want to be someone playing the game like that. It would be very interesting to get in the head of someone playing the game with a head full of that. There was an interview I read of a veteran watching the trailer who was at least remarkably impressed by the authenticity of the period-appropriate hardware on display in the trailer. But yeah, when it comes to at least the appearance of verisimilitude and plausibility, MGSV is a cut above. Yeah, something about the striped shirt. The guy who wrote the article I was reading made a point about how the striped shirt that the Russians are wearing, you see that all the time in Russian military culture. For some reason, the striped shirt is a very recognizable symbol. It keeps showing up. I'm wondering if this guy started moving just because I started doing some shenanigans up here. Because the patrol routes at the perimeter were awfully slow up until I decided to climb a tower and knock a guy out. I was worried about him hearing me making some climbing moves. Maybe I can drop on him? It's like Olga's. Is it an undershirt? Yeah, it's just an undershirt. There's nothing special or remarkable about it other than it being a familiar, oft-recognized symbol of Russian military adventure or something. Oh shit, they're hearing that. They heard that.
Extraction failed.
Uh-oh. Okay, well I had the commander pinged. I could still take him out. Uh-oh. Oh, thank goodness. I can still swap it for the silence gun. Where was the commander? Which one of these guys is he? Which triangle? Maybe it's the one with the dot on him down there? It was the one wearing a beret. In Ground Zeroes, they were marked with a circle. And here, I might just have to use my naked eyeballs. Well, that's interesting. I can adapt. Okay, so in this game, the caution phases are permanent, right? Like, they'll never slow down. I need to find the guy with the beret, pop him, and then think about my next move afterwards. He might have moved since they're on caution. You had to zoom in on his face for the circle to pop up. You never confirmed his face in game. I didn't? Hey, Sandstorm, this is useful. Magazine. Okay, let's get you guys looking away from me.
Come in. Sandstorms effectively make you blind and deaf, but that goes for the enemy too. Use the situation to your advantage.
Oh shit, what do I do here? We're tranking him. You just hold him up? Oh wait, I want to interrogate him. Stop. No. Interrogate. No. Interrogate. No. Grab him. Okay, whatever. We're killing him and interrogating the other. There's no time. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh my god! The enemy patrols are now permanently edging. Okay, great excuse actually to shoot one of them with the tranquilizer. Is he looking at me? No, he's not. It looks like it's at least early dawn. Like, if they're looking at me, it should be counting as an alert. I know I'm playing on permadeath mode, but I would love dying and retrying 100 times to slowly worm my way into this place. Like, being able to slowly worm my way into this place and believe that it could happen in real life is a very different feeling from whatever stupid and ridiculous, utterly cartoony video game stuff I'm doing right now is. Yeah, we just waited out here for the whole evening. Tranquilizer finally set in about an hour after it hit, if we're going by game time here. Do I want to use a magazine to get this guy out of my way? Yes, I do. Yeah. I want that tape, though. Those kids in America are gonna be mine. Okay, right trigger, left bumper.
Talk. Русский speak, please.
Ruski speak, please. Ruski speak, please. Oh, that's so cute.
But that's a problem if you don't speak the enemy's language. We need a staff member with the interpreter skill to do a simultaneous interpretation.
Английский.
Spit it out.
Ingliski. Ruski speak, please. That's adorable. That is so adorable.
Your surroundings will be easier to see, but that goes for the enemy
And these bodies are definitely not... Oh, they hear that! I need to remember that they hear that. They're gonna hear me slowly Fultoning them away, one by one, over the course of days. Alright, now I want my high ground again. I remember the high ground being the key, the real key to... Ruski speak, please. Enemies are more aware here than they are in Ground Zeroes. You think so? I am not playing like Permadeath's on right now. I need to hide and take this a little slower. I am loving how Snake's just a few frames faster to reaction than Ground Zeroes, though. This feels tight. Ground Zeroes already felt tight. This feels tighter. I'm hiccuping from excitement. Let's get Snake to change direction here. What's he doing? Oh, that's right. They're permanently on edge from my caution mode that I activated last night. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Okay, so I was talking earlier about the game's sense of plausibility. Metal Gear Solid 5, when you're not sneaking in daytime, has incredible sense of stealth plausibility. I really appreciate how the game takes place in a vaguely modern military conflict with all of the usual visual trappings of if...
Looks big enough to hide somebody. You could stash an
If...
enemy in there or hide in it yourself. Just don't stand too close to me afterward.
If 80s Cold War tension military conflicts were as popular child's toy collectibles as, like, the Army Men, the Green Army Men, circa World War II stuff was, it would feel like the basic, a very satisfying archetypical handful of all the usual toys you expect are there. There's a very plausible depiction of infantry tactics. There's a very plausible depiction of your basic vehicular mounted mechanized combat stuff. All the Jeeps with all the usual guns on them that you'd expect to be there are theirs. They got the T-70s, they got the BMPs. The infantry tactics stuff is gonna run all the same gamuts you usually expect, from pistols to sniper rifles to assault rifles. It feels like you don't have to be a fan of the stealth game genre so much as you just have to be a fan of the vague military power fantasies of video gaming in general to immediately comprehend how to play this game and how to feel cool doing it and what they're going after in a way that is better than the other games in the series. If you dropped Grandpa into Metal Gear Solid 2 or 3, they might have a weird idea understanding what power fantasies the game's going after. But if you dropped Grandpa into this situation, they'd know exactly what the game's about and what they're looking at. It is doing such a clean job of conveying the fantasy, and it does a very clean job of incentivizing non-lethal stealth play that all the gamers have always loved, but it's not as clean. It has something to do with Fultoning bad guys and sending them back to Mother Base, but it does a very good job of just making the weirdness and the very unrealistic, unplausible silliness of video game stealth rules actually make a lot of visual sense on a frame-by-frame base. Oh, look how dark it is in here until your eyes are dust. Look how bright it is outside now. Oh, someone heard me rummaging around, it's looking like. I know, I was getting so excited talking about stealth games. So yeah, this feels like a stealth game more than it feels like a Metal Gear game. The HDR overbloom stuff makes a lot of sense when it's a game about sneaking through broad daylight in a desert. Other games have gotten weird, actually, with depicting extreme brightness and extreme darkness in desert settings, but I'm feeling it here. I'm really feeling it. God, this game's good. This game is fucking sublime. I can't get over how every single inch you wiggle the control stick results in your character doing something, and it's something you actually want him to do. As soon as you aim, there's just such a satisfying click. As soon as you press anything, there's a satisfying click. Whoa. America, whoa. I'll get the radio tape in a minute. I'm still focusing on my stealth. I'm trying to decide if I want to kill this guy or not, because they wake up faster than I was... Hey! I was just talking about this. They're waking up faster than I was planning on. Now, I gotta knock him out and bring him to clear... where we're gonna get some clear skies for Fultoning. Okay, so it's utterly unplausible, it doesn't look ridiculous, but it very cleanly solves a classic game design problem, and that is how to incentivize non-lethal play, and it's the Fultoning system, and that's great. I wouldn't say it's sublime and beautiful like the game depicts the basic frame-by-frame stealth gameplay of sneaking infantry guys sneaking around pie slice cover with each other. But it does solve the problem very elegantly. I have 5 more of those left. So go oh, hey, I missed the tag on this guy.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Oh yeah, the trash! You gotta be careful about knocking the trash over. Let's see if they'll go after my magazine instead of my trash. Yep. God, it's moving so fast! It's simultaneously fast! Hey, am I getting spotted from a long distance for once? Oh no, this guy's still completely oblivious. It's just moving so fast and so clean and so smoothly. It's going fast, but it's not going too fast. I know in Metal Gear Solid 1 you can kind of... Grandpa might get confused how fast that game runs sometimes. But not this one. This one's going just right. Freeze! I thought this would freeze him. I thought that would headshot him. There we go. Thank God. Okay, now I can take the radio. Oh, I can't take it. It's a different radio. Oh, these guys are stunned. They're gonna wake up. Stunning is apparently not as bad as sleeping. What am I trying to say? I don't know, but I'm too deep into the game to explain it quickly. I gotta do something with this guy. I don't have to, but I want to. It's the radio below. Yes, yes. The craziest thing is enemies will react and counter everything. Can't counter that. If you Fulton too many soldiers in front of their friends, they'll start shooting the Fulton balloons. That's awesome. Can I get more intel? Can you tag your commander for me, please? Oh, I can't because Ruski speak, please. Ruski speak, please. And I wonder why Friday night and everyone's moving. God, listen to the 2 music tracks. For a while, they had matched some kind of harmony. Alright, I think everyone's been tranquilized except the commander underneath. He's the only guy who's keeping the music doing what it's doing. Yeah, I would love it if I actually had to visualize my own little pie-slicing Soliton radar, but he was oblivious to something I think he should have spotted on my way in there. His cool life is heading down.
There, that's the target.
For the kids in America, whoa. Hey, don't radio it in. That's not... No, like corner shoot. Alright. Let's get that tape.
It would be a waste to kill him. Putting him to sleep doesn't count as eliminating him. Neither does knocking him out.
Music's getting good. Just like in Ground Zeroes. It's not like there's a good track. There's just a good... No, Ground Zeroes has a good track. There's just one good, escalation of a track. Is anyone else awake right now? No, they are not. So I think we just walk out. Oh, 270 meters. We could walk that, but fine, we'll take the horse. Oh, it's also like the music track is not necessarily good music either. It just pushes things along in a nice way. Like, I wouldn't listen to this for pleasure outside the context. It's just nicely pacing out the kind of tension I should be feeling right now. This is fucking fantastic, by the way.
Arrived at Mother Base.
The mission design and game design and the amount of control I feel like I have over my character and how very infrequently he disobeys my control. Like, whatever I just intuitively think the buttons are gonna do result in something, in him doing the thing that I, like, imagined him doing before pressing it. His animation system just accounts for every tiny little molecule of distance you move your analog stick. And whenever systems don't work, it's funny instead of frustrating. Alright, and how do the Russians not see this? I'm very eager not to play through the whole game again, actually, believe it or not. I'm very eager to scroll through the mods and see what I find, because I bet there's some very cool mods out now, and some of them might complete a dream game! Oh, look at that! It's so cute! Stay alert. You knock them all out. This movement system is so good that Helldivers 2 copied it. It's gonna give you attention, it'll get there.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Oh yeah, call the elevator in advance before you leave enemy territory. We learned that lesson in Ground Zeroes. That's the most optimal way to complete a Ground Zeroes run too. Alright, we should find a stopping point now, and unlike previous Metal Gear games, I don't think that means that we have to watch a story cutscene and then call someone to save. I think it means that Miller's going to call us on the radio while we look at the mission select screen, is how it works. And it's not great. It's not great. It's a game...
How you feeling, boss?
Yeah, this is it.
Having choppers and a horse at your disposal is indispensable for operating in the wilds of Afghanistan. I've gone ahead and arranged for you to be able to develop and customize weaponry for support choppers. And you can also develop new equipment for D-Horse if you like. Use your iDroid to start development as needed.
This is so much like the post-mission screen in Death Stranding. I didn't kill anyone that mission, did I? Oh, yep, no cutscene.
By connecting your iDroid to the onboard computer, you turn the chopper into your own Aerial Command Center, or ACC. Some elements of staff assignment and R&D of weapons and items...
Oh yeah, and this is where Quiet's gonna stick her butthole in the camera.
You need to consider all your options.
Okay. Oh my gosh, the help menu. Alright, we're gonna wrap it up, but conclusive thoughts about Metal Gear Solid 5 is that it's a weird one. It is a game of many contrasts. I am once again feeling all the highs and lows all over again of the Phantom Pain. The Metal Gear game that controls the best in your hands, in the heat of the moment, is also going to be one of the saddest ones to think about in retrospect with your brain. Truly a game of many contrasts. An incredibly linear, overproduced hospital escape sequence is almost like a different game. than the simulationist, open-ended military infantry sandboxing that you're doing, your single-player battlefield from a third-person perspective that you do in the actual game, which is almost a completely different game from the rest of the Metal Gear Solid series. Besides, shared themes of, besides a shared interest in stealth, I'm not feeling the vibes. Even compared to Peace Walker. Peace Walker also has the Fulton system, and a guy on the radio telling you your every last move before you do it, not giving you any quiet time in your own fucking head to think to yourself. There's something different here that feels like we're even further off the series core DNA from where Peace Walker was. I think it might have to do with the story. Yeah, the fact that like a traditional Metal Gear Solid story really is finally gone for good, and what we are being served with is instead the Phantom Pain, is leaves such a glaring hole in the emotional spectrum of experiences that you go through when going through these games, that it's noticeable. It's very noticeable that all the characters are having less fun, and the problem that they're trying to solve, that they're going on a big adventure for, is just less interesting of a problem. Yeah. I don't think I'm saying anything new or exciting. Don't forget the part where it turns into a survival horror game for a few minutes. Oh yeah, there's a zombie virus, and you have to pick and choose who has to die first. The modding scene for this game is vast and interesting. I'm very interested in checking out the mod scene. I'm going to play it again next week because we didn't die. We have not died yet once, and I kind of love it. I love the game design. But one thing that is also contributing to the Phantom Pain, and the fact that the game feels like it's way off of its identity, is how generic and similar it feels to so many other third-person action-adventure games nowadays. Maybe even including Death Stranding as a follow-up. And maybe Death Stranding, now at the part of my life I'm at, feels like it has more of its own identity, and it is a little more interesting and weird to talk about and show new people. Might not feel as good in your hands, but might make for more interesting problems to think through and solve in the longer term of one's life. If Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, is a game about actually really feeling a phantom pain, then that means at some certain level it's also going to be a game about experiencing disappointment and processing disappointment. I don't think that's a conversation that gamers were ready to have back during launch, and a conversation that gamers might only be willing to halfway have now that it's been 10 years. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, is a game about processing ennui and melancholy. The Phantom Pain in the title is a very literal thing. The tones and theme, the tonal whiplash of the game's themes, and how they're consciously engaging with them deliberately now seem far more clear than it did before, specifically with regards to the humor going on in that hospital escape sequence. There are some minor connections with PT. I think they might be more skin deep than a lot of fans are usually, at least a lot of the never be game over crowd of fans who are so media illiterate that and so much more interested in coming up with their own shit than actually reading the news and understanding what's happening at the Kojima studios behind the scenes, that I'm not taking that stuff very seriously. My ears perked up when I heard the radio by the hospital bedside, and then when I listened to it a little bit more, I was like, oh no, they just use the same old-timey radio sound effect for their voice actor, because it's the same game development studio around the same years working with the same tech and the same assets. Oh, that's right, I did kill a dude with my knife, and it didn't even matter this time. Yeah, that's another thing. With regards to the Phantom Pain engaging with a deliberacy of feeling a phantom pain, it depicts war and violence as Tuesday for warmongers doing it. We're supposed to be at a part in Big Boss's timeline where other games were depicting him as an unapologetic warmonger, and in Big Boss's own games they try to depict him heroically as a justifiable warmonger. Right, when you slit someone's throat in Ground Zeroes, even though it's supposed to be all nasty and gritty compared to the previous games, it's fucking nothing. It doesn't matter. It makes a clicky noise. When you slit someone's throat in Metal Gear Solid 3, it makes a disgusting gush. There's red particle effects spewing out of the wound. The ragdoll makes a pose that sticks this ugly twisted neck out. It's visceral. It's raw in a way that it's not in this game. And I think that has something to do with how, even though the characters are dead and empty inside, they're feeling nothing. They are completely desensitized to the violence that they're committing. The viewer might be repulsed at how casual they are at their warmongering, and I think that's something that gamers actually kind of missed about Ground Zeroes and Metal Gear Solid 5 that I think I was banging the drum harder about, is that like this guy, this is a disgusting man. Their endeavor is disgusting. Their mission is disgusting. I don't know how the gamers came to rationalize and defend the warmongering going on, because it seems to me like the text of the game is easy to read on a baseline level, but you're spending 40 hours of your life hearing them engage in a lot of talking about what they're doing with some rationalization about it. And whether or not you're playing as a villain comes into question when the fact that, like, you still save the world from vocal cord parasites and crazy people who are going rogue. Right, like, they don't have the heart to go all the way to depicting you as a villain who's not saving the world. The games still don't have the heart to have you play as Big Boss and not save the world from evil to some extent on your way out. It's confused. I think the series does... There's more direction than I might have previously been able to recognize, but we are still in an overall confused place from where we left off at the end of 3. Almost immediately starting off Metal Gear Solid 4 right off the bat, the passion and energy is gone. And the passion and energy is only fully able to safely reflect on itself in a safe place with Death Stranding instead of this stuff. It's weird because we're simultaneously juggling an action hero who's handsome, who's going to be morally righteously sticking it to America in a very satisfying way, but he's still a villain. And we're still gonna recruit child soldiers. We're gonna be plucking little black boys straight out the jungle in Africa and sending them to get brainwashed to Mother Base to become child soldiers. And the gamers somehow decided that this was actually somehow decided that maybe Big Boss is not as bad a villain as the other games depict him as. When you're doing the thing, you're unapologetically doing the very thing they have always demonized him for at the very beginning. MGSV, Venom willingly kickstarts the military-industrial complex out of fanaticism for Big Boss. That's where I'm starting to, like, really fall apart. MGSV, Venom willingly kickstarts the military-industrial complex. Yeah, the military-industrial complex, very, very much in a real-life read of history, I would say, is totally, during the Cold War, overzealousness, ideological, anti-communist overzealousness during the Cold War. That is what the game does, that games do not seem to actually have the heart to directly confront, but are embarrassingly almost dancing around clear as day. The military-industrial complex is the bad guy in Metal Gear Solid 1. In Metal Gear Solid 2, the military-industrial complex turns into the internet disinformation complex. In Metal Gear Solid 3, the military-industrial complex is vilified in Metal Gear Solid 1. Seems to begin, the downfall of our character kickstarting the franchise seems to begin with an anti-communist Cold War spy mission that was for some reason being directed by complete sadists at the CIA, who for some reason wanted the anti-communist spy mission to be really cruel and sadistic for no good reason. That there is a very, very, very important history lesson for the kids that they're dancing around there. I wish the games were more direct about that. They get so close. It's like the narrative confusion of big budget video games is almost clearer to see now. And it was a mission to steal money. That's the other thing, right? Operation Snake Eater was profit-driven for the CIA, and it was supposed to prove America's innocence by showing how willing they were to do something utterly sadistic to complete the mission. Yeah. So MGS5, Venom willingly kickstarts the military-industrial complex out of fanaticism for a big boss. By this point in the game franchise, the military-industrial complex is already in effect. Guantanamo Bay already exists. But the fact that it really does happen in the game's timeline because of Venom, because of weirdos having a weird fanaticism for Big Boss, and not the dominant military superpower of the world resisting the temptation to be extra sadistic and cruel about its economic ideology, that feels like something got lost. There was a train on some rails, and it was a very nice train that was very wacky and weird. The Metal Gear Solid games from the 90s and the new millennium were very wacky and weird and easy to laugh at, but it seemed like the train they were on was going to a more concrete, a more coherent destination than what these prequel games later went into. They're juggling the real life history behind a very gratifying theory behind America turning evil that a lot of the audience would not disagree with. But the theory they could have gone down was one they instead veered off the rails to focus more interest in the series baggage instead. If we can read the military-industrial complex as being synonymous with Cypher and the Patriots, there's something there. But I do just wish the games were a little more direct about it. It feels like they were a little more direct about this in 1, 2, and 3, and Metal Gear 2 in particular, and Death Stranding, because Death Stranding does not have sequel baggage. Death Stranding can be a weird, artsy, surrealistic game with enjoyable nonsense that can also be about navigating an incredibly complicated psychological landscape about a Japanese Westabu feeling bad about idealizing a country he is also very willingly comfortable with acknowledging has committed some evil in its history. And it's able to do it maybe even more elegantly than where Metal Gear ended up being able to do it. Right. Okay, so how did Roller42 describe it? Death Stranding. Sam is literally handcuffed to do this. Sam doesn't want to be doing his mission at all. Death Stranding will have a cutscene where the main character, who kind of sort of is going to represent the artist's own self-insert, is sitting in the Oval Office while his mother, who is the president, dies, and then he has to burn the corpse. And then they have a conversation about what America represents, and they never give a solid definition of what it is. And it seems to be a loose network of delivery shipping lanes connecting isolated cities that kind of stick to themselves in the midst of a vast barren terrain. If you cannot interpret that as a foreign perspective on their understanding of what they knew about America coming to a certain chapter of closure that they're still confused about, that seems like an easier way to read into what's going on than in these Metal Gear Solid prequel games. Tim Rogers' vid on this is cool as fuck. Oh boy, do I have to watch a Tim Rogers video about Hideo Kojima games post-2010? Don't forget the estranged sister/girlfriend who is just a psychic clone of the dead mom. Are you talking about how Paz shows up in... Oh no, you're talking about Death Stranding. Sorry, it's hard to tell the difference sometimes. I think I should probably end it on that one, though. This was a wild stream. We're going to play more next week. I didn't die. I wonder how long it'll take me to die. Make your bets now. Vote now. What do you think will kill me in Metal Gear Solid 5? Will it... Oh, I bet it'll be fun. I bet it'll be real combat. Like in Metal Gear Solid 2, I died in a good, ordinary fight. In Metal Gear Solid 4, I died in a good, ordinary fight. I don't know if I actually consider that a good, ordinary fight. In Metal Gear Solid 4, I died because some bad guys were respawning at an unlimited rate because I didn't complete some kind of invisible trigger, and that feels cheap in retrospect, come to think of it. Metal Gear Solid 1's death feels cheap in retrospect. It's an overpowered bulldozer boss. Metal Gear Solid 2's death feels cheap in retrospect. It was the floor falling out from underneath me. Metal Gear Solid's death felt a little bit cheap, but I still should have seen it coming. It was scripted grenade explosions in a forced combat section. Metal Gear Solid 2's death felt fair and square. I got cornered, I got cocky, I got blasted by shotguns in a fight I shouldn't have started. I accidentally turned my rations off when my health was already low. I panicked, I was screwing up the controls, but I understood exactly what was happening on my way down and had fun doing it. Metal Gear Solid 3 felt cheap, but I'm not going to complain. It was some scripted cutscene bullshit where the rules of the game change for a minute for story purposes. I shot a bomb too fast. Not just right. You can shoot the bomb too slow, you can shoot the bomb too fast. You're supposed to shoot it just right. I shot it too slow. Too fast. Other than that, though, I would have beaten Metal Gear Solid 3. I think at this point it's absolutely clear that even though you can learn one of these games to utter completion, you can be one of the top 100 players on planet Earth of one of these games and go into the others not knowing much about them. Let's see. Metal Gear Solid 4, I died in a fight that felt like one of the fairer and squarer ones, but there was still some degree of bullshit. Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes... Oh, no, Peace Walker. Oh, Peace Walker! Peace Walker's death. That was a memorable one. Peace Walker's death, I think, shows just how weird and interesting and crazy that game's getting compared to the others. So Peace Walker, I died because I was playing as a different character than Snake and had no idea that that character could not withstand a single assault rifle burst of 3 rounds to the chest like a normal human being cannot. I think that's interesting. That once you change off of Snake, like just the way bullets hitting flesh all of a sudden radically changes. Peace Walker, I died because a guy named Rhinoceros got killed by a guard who was stunned and not knocked out. Oh yeah, and also I misinterpreted the mission briefing. I thought I had 30 minutes to do a mission, and really I had 3. And so I started rushing, and I made a mistake, and then got shot and died. And describing that sounds a lot more plausible and like a more convincing narrative than some of the other deaths. Peace Walker was not my favorite Metal Gear, but I've been fishing for redemption arcs with these things, and there's some redemption to be had with Peace Walker. The way Peace Walker's death happened was far more interesting than all the other games. Ground Zeroes, we had no death. Ground Zeroes mission accomplished. So far with MGS5 we have no deaths. Missions have been accomplished. The games have definitely been getting easier as time goes on. Game systems are getting less linear and more sandboxy as games go on, allowing for me to rethink about a death on completely different terms and factors, like with Peace Walkers. Yeah, this is cool. This has been fun. It might wrap itself up next week. It might not. It depends on whether or not I actually die. But I am not suicidal, and I have a cautious disposition towards hazards and accidents. I am very much looking forward to seeing how the next 2 years go, partially because I am looking forward to seeing how this run goes next week. See you guys then. Thanks for hanging out. I love you.